So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop dibbity dap to wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang doodly mama splatting your hat. Doo to poot cakes.
Oh, good morning. I'm fired up today, boys and girls. Let's have a good one. It's Steel Toe time. I'm fired up today. It's going to be a great show, but I did shoot a 98 yesterday. I sank a nice par putt on a par 5 to end the round. That's good. Fucking topped a 6-iron shot on my third shot, which lined up the nice pitching wedge shot to put it on to putt for par. Could have birdied the fucking thing if I had gotten hold of the first one, but look, such is the plight of a man trying to break 90 and failing miserably. My big thing is like, and thank you, Monograph, for our intro song. Thank you, Monty. I made myself a promise. I said, no new clubs for you until you can regularly break 90. Because to me, you don't deserve new clubs. There's no point in getting nice new clubs if all your, because new clubs are not cheap. And if you're going to get nice clubs, you'd better be able to use them. What's the point if you're golfing between 90 and 100 every time? What's the point of getting nice new clubs? You ain't good enough to use them. It's like golfers like me buying Titleist Pro V1s. Like, what? You're just going to end up in the woods for some other guy to find. An old man golfing on a Monday morning who's got plenty of time and nobody playing behind him is just going to be going through the woods, getting your Pro V1s. Or they're going to end up, a fish toilet at the bottom of a pond. Why are you buying Pro V1? Guys who golf, 80 to 85, they can use Pro V1s. It might actually take a few strokes off their game. Who knows? Oh, man, I got a cool new mallet putter. Oh, nice. You can 3-putt with a different kind of putter. That's amazing. But a guy who 1s and 2 putts might take a couple strokes off his game. So no new clubs for me until I can break 90 consistently. And as it's going right now, we don't have to worry about that investment anytime soon. Welcome to the program. We have ourselves a fine show for you today. I'll tell you what I'm excited about. Tucker Carlson interviewing Ted Cruz. That's coming out today. And with this Tucker-Ted Cruz thing, I guess Ted Cruz is already getting out in front of it. So I'm guessing that it's not going to go well for old Teddy. Because he's already said he's throwing the anti-Semite thing around at Tucker, but he's too much of a chicken shit to just come out and say it. Instead of him going, "Oh, he fucking hates Jews," he put in quotations. He goes, oh, he released a snippet of the interview, and it's not fair. And in the whole 2-hour interview, he attacks Trump, puts it in all caps. Then he goes, and then put in quotes, attacks AIPAC. Oh, I see what we're doing. If we put attack AIPAC in quotes, and then we all call you on the bullshit that you're clearly pulling, you get to say, what? What did I do? I just said AIPAC. It's like, why is it in quotes? And it's a shame because up until like 5 years ago or so, I actually liked Ted Cruz. I would have voted for Ted Cruz like 5 years ago. All these fucking guys, man, you're a Republican who likes, small budgets and no deficits, and I'm a Ron Paul kind of conservative. All those guys get broken down within a decade, and they just become neocons. It's like, do you want to be cured of being a fiscal conservative? Do you want to be cured of being a budget hawk? Just go become a politician. They'll beat it right out of you, and you'll be advocating for wars against countries that never attacked us and trillion-dollar military budgets. It'll be great. So we got that coming up a little later today. This is a versus that I didn't know I've been waiting for. Lizzo versus Wayne Ivey. This is going to be fun. Apparently, with Wayne Ivey, Lizzo said something about the cops, and then Wayne Ivey decided he was going to clap back at Lizzo, and it's so funny because Wayne Ivey and Lizzo really are a before and after of like a skin pigmentation surgery alteration. Like it's, oh, look, we gave him LASIK surgery and turned him black. Oh, it's Lizzo. That's nice. So we've got that. We got the Ted Cruz and Tucker thing. I'm pumped about that. We got the Wayne Ivey and Lizzo thing. I'm very excited about that one as well. And then, hey, you're not going to hear a lot about this because of all the gas and the heat about World War III. But Kash Patel and the FBI, and again, this is something that's going to go by the wayside, just like you're not hearing about the Epstein tapes, just like you're not hearing about the big, beautiful bill. We do have a story today. Kash Patel and the FBI found more irregularities and a Chinese communist plot to rig the 2020 mail-in vote in favor of Joe Biden. Now, you can gaslight all you want. We can rewrite history. We can ban people from the internet. I'm not going to let it go that I went to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning. Trump was winning in a landslide. And when I woke up and went to do the show the next morning at the station, Joe Biden had pulled ahead and there was no way Trump could win. I'm sorry. You haven't squared that circle for me. You haven't explained it to me. And you can't fucking gaslight me into not noticing what my eyes saw. I have not been given an explanation other than, oh, mail-in ballots. No, that's not enough. Were all the mail-in ballots in the entire country, or at least just these swing states, did they all arrive at the same time and get counted at the exact same time in the same 3-hour window? Because I got about 3 or 4 hours of sleep that night. And when I woke up, it was a drastically different election. It's never happened before or since that the vote, usually what happens is in most elections is a trend begins at around 9, 10 o'clock at night, and that trend continues, and that's the election. Trump, Kamala Harris. Trump got ahead early, and Trump stayed ahead, and it just stayed that way. Trump, Hillary. Remember Trump, Hillary? We were like, we waited a while until we called it because we were like, there's no fucking way. But even early on, you're like, he's up double digits in Ohio. He's fucking killing her in Florida. He's going to get North Carolina. And like they waited longer to call these states because they're like, there's no way Hillary lost this thing. But the trend held. Only in the 2020 election did the trend not hold. You know, in Florida in 2000, George W. Bush and Al Gore were neck and neck the entire way. The whole night, Florida was too close to call. So, I mean, that 2020 election, and if we don't get the answers in these next 4 years while we're fucking around starting World War III, if we don't get the answer in these next 4 years, I don't think we're ever going to get the answers. And you know what really pisses me off about the YouTubes of the world and the Twitters of the world and everything else is, you know, quite frank, and I'm going to say this about YouTube. I honestly believe that they were and that's why we'll never know what happened in 2020. No, I'm just kidding. I did that myself. So what I think, you know, on YouTube, you could get in trouble for questioning the 2020 election. On Facebook, on Twitter, on all the, before Elon, all these places, you could get in trouble and you could get struck and you could get suspended for questioning the 2020 election. Do you know what you don't get in any trouble for? Saying Al Gore won in 2000. I can say Al Gore won in 2000 all day long. And you know what? He very well may have. He may have won Florida. We may never know. He may not have. But I can say that. I can say Al Gore won in 2000. And the same people who want you thrown in jail for questioning 2020 or who say you're a threat to democracy, they'll clap for you on The View. Hey, you know, I think with those mail-in ballots in 2020, that looks really fucky, and there's a lot of smoke there. We should look into, you hate democracy, you stop questioning our freedoms, and blah, 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 blah. Hey, I think Al Gore beat George Bush in 2000. Brave. So we got all that stuff coming up today. Like I said, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. I'm very excited. Mr. Beat says, ugh, these commercials on Rumble already. Mr. Beat, I will let you know, $5 a month, a membership on Rumble. We'll get those commercials to go bye-bye. If somebody wants to gift old Mr. Beat the membership, you can do that one too. Please. Mr. Beat also says, Biden was loved that much. What are you trying to say? Bigot on Socialist Media says, we won't need to worry. 2020 will happen again in 2028. You know, I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. I think COVID provided the perfect cover. And I think the 2020 election was all a part of COVID. I think they're directly related to one another. So I don't think we're going to see an election like that again unless we see a situation like that again. I don't think that the 2020 election can happen without COVID-19. So there may be another situation that arises where we get some other kind of fuckery, but not that kind of fuckery. Here we go again. L Train. Oh my God, is Johnny dead? Don Juan says, R.I.P. Johnny, sit in peace. Well, then it would be S.I.P. Sip Johnny, which is gay. But no, Johnny is not on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Johnny is not here today. That is normal. That is okay. And everyone just needs to calm down for a second. Johnny is good. He's all right. Redbird with $5 says, don't forget you hate democracy if you don't question the 2024 election. Oh, yeah. How dare I forget? Yeah, if you don't question the 2024 election, then you're a Nazi. It's amazing. Thank you, Redbird. It's basically been a goal-free week so far. $100 today. That's all we need. $100 is our goal today. The evening show has already knocked out their entire goals for the week. So if you guys want to do the same thing, I'm not against it. If I could go till 11 today, I would. I can't. In fact, I've got to wrap up about 10, 15 minutes early today because I gotta go pick up the kids. And I'm picking them up an hour early today. Some scheduling stuff. Wild shit going down on Friday. So the kids want myself and their mom to both go to this campground that their grandparents are going to. And they want us to share a half of the weekend. And if you would have asked me about this a year and a half ago, I wouldn't have been allowed to answer because April would have started screaming. But if you would have told me a year and a half ago that my ex-wife and I would be taking the kids on a camping trip overnight, I'd say you're fucking insane. I'd say there's no way in hell. You know, there must be icicles in Hades because hell hath frozen over. But that's what I'm doing this weekend. Watch it be a fucking disaster. No, it should be fine. It should be a lot of fun. There's this campground resort type place. Grandma and grandpa are going to be there. The kids want to go. They want mom and dad to go. So mom and dad are going to go. That's what we're doing with the kids this weekend. For those of you, we live in modern times. There's a lot of moms and dads that are 50-50, that are splitting time. I will tell you this. I've been on both sides. I've been on the side where you fight all the time, and I've been on the side where you get along really well. I would take get along really well every single goddamn time. And it's really good for your current relationships if you can have that good relationship and then the person you're with understands that relationship. So that's a positive thing as well. That if you're looking for worldwide happiness, that's a good way to go. That, and you don't hang on to that hostility or anything else. It's another win for the toe in your life, that is. People saying, shit, that's sad. Rest in peace, Johnny. No, you guys aren't listening to me. Johnny's not dead. Johnny's alive. He's fine. There's nothing wrong with Johnny. I'll get back to the chat in a second. We're going to hang out with the chat for a little bit, but Johnny's alive. Small Town MN Gal with $2 says, oops, baby number 4 due March 2026. Hey, congratulations. I don't know. I get that I'm disgusting. I get that my brain doesn't work right. I get that I'm a piece of shit, okay? But it's always weird to me when a woman says, we're having an oops baby, like your husband and you. You're telling the world that you were just getting dicked down and you were so insatiable that you just took a load. Like, even though you knew you shouldn't have, there was no protection. It could result in a baby. You're basically in a, hey, we're having an oops baby. And then you're like, wait a minute. So you're just such a cum slut that you just needed a deep dicking and you needed the goo? Is that what the fuck? Just tell us you're having a baby. It's fine. The whole other dramatic retelling where we find out that, the mommy needs it all inside, waste not, want not. Ugh. Oh, Small Town Gal with $2 says, no, your oops baby will be due in March. Oh, I thought you were announcing to the rest of us that you were just a load hoe. I apologize to you then. That was really disgusting and graphic and offensive. The thing I just did. Yeah, that's on me. I'm sorry. I apologize for saying that you were what did I say? A cum hoe? Whatever I called you. Whatever I called you, it was inappropriate and it was wrong. And I apologize before God and all the apostles. Shit. Mommy says, so I don't get to see Johnny and his adorableness today. No, you do not. I love that when Johnny's here, people are like, you fucking pothead, loser, asshole, you suck. And then when he's not here, oh, he's so adorable. You guys are fucked up. Just letting you know. You guys are fucked up. Don Juan says, nope, Johnny's deceased. He's not. He's not. Chips and Dip says, who will milk the gorillas if Johnny's dead? Johnny will, because he's not dead. Johnny can milk gorillas just fine. You don't need feet for that. Nader P says, so is Johnny faking his own death to get out of the exotic meat investigation? He's not dead. He's not dead. L-Train says, I'm cool with a goal-free week. Well, so far, we got 95 for today. So essentially, I think a goal-free Wednesday, knock wood. And then we got no goals for the evening show anymore. So yeah, I guess whatever gets thrown in during the evening show tonight, and whatever you guys go over today goes towards tomorrow. Yeah, we could have a what is basically a goal-free week, which is amazing. Thank you guys. In fact, if we get within $100 of tomorrow's goal, I'll do a Rumble Friday format on Thursday. Deal. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, much like Aaron when he signed up for the Connecticut School of Broadcasting, no goals. It's not true at all. Rocco says Aaron is going to shag Ashley again. See, this is why adults just can't have, why two parents just can't have nice relationships and get along well. Because now you got, oh yeah, my ex-wife and I are getting along well. We're going to take the kids out on again. Aaron's going to fuck her. I don't think, no, I don't. We're not doing like, remember when Don Draper and Betty went to the camp, the Bible camp for Bobby, and then they ended up hooking up in their cabin. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to be part of the deal. Guys, just everyone, Rocco, relax for me. Relax. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, be careful. The last time you two were this cordial, you wound up with another child. That's not going to happen. I've got after the third one, I went, Talked about during my last marriage, talked a little bit about getting oh God, what a fucking disaster that would have been. God, I should send those doctors a fucking thank you card. Holy shit. Mommy says, I went on a trip with my ex and our kids for 8 days. We survived. All right, that's a lot. That's a lot. Don Juan says, Aaron will end up impregnated. Hulkamash says, you bring SP, she brings her man. You swap there and reconnect. Should be great. Should be great. That's not something I'm looking to do. I was bored with the last one, and I just went, yeah, fucking fine, go ahead. It's not a sign of a healthy relationship, asshole. Everybody hated and was tired of who they had. Nobody protested. Rocco says, oh, I'm sorry, Aaron will get bumped. No, I'm not going to get butt fucked either. Why am I considered the resident pervert here? I don't get it. Like, Redbird with $2 says, you haven't changed a bit, D-Gen. Look at Rocco. Nomo with $1 says, morning glories. Mommy with $5 says, hope I don't see you on the next Dateline show. Now I'm going to be on Dateline? What the fuck? You know what, guys? This has gotten out of hand. Your fantasies have gotten the best of you. I'm telling you that right now. 90 away from today. Thank you very much. Rusty Grammar says, hell yeah, my daughter's mom's family still regards me as family, and same with my wife and I. It's awesome. Hobo Chili says, here's something positive. Oh, nice. Thank you, Hobo. A positive comment. Your tits look perky today. See, that's not as positive. I know you thought that was. I did. Son of a bitch. Approachable says, LOL, your kids are trying to pull a parent trap situation on you. Joke's on them. I don't know the handshake. Gimme Tip says they were talking about you. They were talking about you, dumbass. Wow. Yeah, no, I get that now. I get that small town MN gal was talking about me. Holy shit, I'm way behind in the chat. I'm only now getting to the parts where they're calling me a load hoe. Jesus Christ. Another win for the hoe. Oh, shit. All right, I am way behind. Ashley is going to bury Aaron in the woods. Oh, my God, I hope that doesn't happen. Ashley will be pegging Aaron. You guys have gotten way out over your skis on this whole deal. Approachable says, wait, Aaron, weren't you trying to end the marriage when your last kid was creative? Actively trying to leave, but still banging it. She was throwing it at me at the playground. I was a victim. No, that day was a whole vibe. We were in the process of divorcing. And she goes, well, the kids want us to go to the park together. And we were living in Big Lake. I'm like, okay, we can go to the park together. And she was like brushing up against me and like we're walking back to our house. And I kind of stared at her ass and I was like, you know what? Yeah, why not? What could it hurt? And we had a nice one. That was a tops day. I remember that one. And I'm reminded regularly. And yeah, it resulted in that. That's what it resulted in, was my third kid, who is a darling. She is she's fantastic. She's clingy like a sloth. I love her. She's fantastic. So but it ain't happening this time. It ain't happening this time, boys and girls. I'm just scrolling through. I know I'm behind in the chat, so I'm just scrolling. Rocco says, Aaron's camping trip reminds me of the movie Wrong Turn. Is that Nick Nolte and Jennifer Lopez? I think I know that one. I don't have to watch my back door. I'm not going to get sodomized. Making Speech Free again says, will there be a show at all today? Yes, we're getting to the show, but there are so many people writing in on this subject. I can't leave them hanging. Bring lube so she can peg you back. I'm not getting anything in my asshole. She'll just use spit. You guys are fucking what the hell happened to you guys today? Rachel says she was ovulating. Yeah, no shit. That's nature. Nature was like, you want that. And then she's putting it out there because she's ovulating. That was like, we were a couple of baboons, essentially. Which part of Brokeback Mountain will you guys play out? You know what? This is getting gross. Thank you, Corn Pop, for $4.99. Says, Bubba the Love Sponge, it said he's coming for you. Fucking bring it, Bubba. I'm just kidding. I love Bubba. Bubba's been trying to draw me into a fight for some time now. I'm not going to fight with Bubba. I love Bubba. I've been on Bubba's show before. Bubba was very nice to me. I love Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba has it in his head that I was in his chat one day fucking with him, but he's kind of a boomer, and he doesn't understand that people can make fake accounts. I love Bubba. I'm not going to stoop to that level. I'm not going to get that man to fuck with my brain and get me to go after Bubba. Not in a million years. I love Bubba. He's fantastic. And maybe I'll post this week. I took pictures in front of the BRN when I was in Tampa. I took pictures right in front of the Bubba Radio Network, and I should put those up. I love Bubba. I appreciate what Bubba means to broadcasting, and I am not going to let that man ruin what we have. Shit Show with $1.99 says, you miss pretending to box, or is pretend golf enough? I boxed on Monday. Sorry. Still boxing. Don't know what to tell you. By the end of the month, I'll be able to take a fight again. I know that was going to be another one of your big gets, but dude, you're used to failing by now. You'll be fine. $1 from 383 Novocaine says, one more load for the toe. It's not going to be a load for the toe. 191 Redbird with $1 says, you dangled the fingers of personal information into the Shark Tank. Ooh, that sounds ominous. Of your audience. Stop complaining and take your ass fucking like a man. I'm not getting fucked in the ass, Redbird. I shouldn't have to defend myself from this so aggressively. This isn't fair. 85 away from today, by the way. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate the contributions along with the threat of forced sodomy. Forced sodomy, but then I repeat myself, sodomy. Sod you. All right. I would love to sit here with you guys and make all kinds of ominous predictions about what's going to happen to my hindquarters this weekend, but we do have a show to do. People do want to hear what we've got for today, and I should give that to them. I should give them more than steel toe sodomy fan fiction. Oh, maybe we'll make a spin-off show for that. Rocco says Aaron will be walking back and for peacocking outside Ashley's tent. I'm not going to be peacocking. It's not going to happen. Ep didn't said my divorced parents did some camp thing together with me. It had a cult vibe. No. It's a campground. Like, it's not like a camp, like a weekend structured camp. It's just at a campground where their grandparents are going to be. Cheeto says, being your longest sponsor, I'd be honored if you named the child Cheetos Jr. Cheetos, do you want me to, this is easy. I don't have to, this is good for a lazy guy like me. Cheetos, do you want me to send the information on hole sponsorship for the golf tournament, or are you good? Because you can go and hang out at the hole or be in the golf tournament because you get 2 free entries with your sponsorship. You can go hang out at your hole. That sounds fucking weird. And you can have a little table out there and everything. It'll be fun. Otherwise, just tell me to go fuck myself and I won't send you anything for it. But this is a lot easier than sending you an email. I can just do it over the internet. Easy peasy Japanesey. All right, we got to get to a few things today. One, I do want to get to some gossip. I have a little bit of gossip, and then we'll jump into the news. I feel terrible. I haven't given Alyssa, and I haven't given Stalin a lot to clip this week, and I apologize for that. I feel terrible, but I do have a little bit of gossip to get to. I watched a Doom clip. No, Don Juan, my new nickname is not the Peggy Monster. We're not going to, you know what? I'm going to leave the chat for a moment. I'm just for a moment. It's not you, it's me. All right? I watched a Doom clip yesterday, and Doom did a fine job. I watched Gino Bisconti fucking eviscerate Ethan Ralph. I watched Gino Bisconti turn Ethan Ralph into a stuttering, muttering prick, into an excuse-making, baldo-washing, lying bitch, and it was fantastic. Gino just would not take any of Ralph's bullshit because Ralph was in full sweeping mode. He was in full baldo guard, which is funny because Ralph has called Nick's kids retarded and shit, and he's been really fucking zannied out and gross. But Ralph now thinks that his path to clout is, when a ship is sinking, usually tying your moorings to another sinking ship is just going to drag you both to the bottom of the ocean faster. But hey, this is big-brained Nick and Ralph. We know the internet guys. They've got this all figured out. So Gino is on there just fucking hammering Ralph. And Ralph is stammering and being a chicken shit and won't admit anything that's true that doesn't make him or Nick look good and makes me look right. But the problem is, if you're going to go fact for fact, I'm always going to look better. So Ralph is just sitting there. Gino's like, admit it. This is this and this is that. And Ralph's like, I don't know. It could be. I'm not sure. And Gino's like, no, it fucking is. And Gino's letting Ralph have it to the point where Ralph spirals and he starts making shit up about me. Now, Ralph has no reason to have this blood hatred of the toe. But he needs clout, and he sees other people, even though their clout is fading, even though their numbers are dropping. He sees all these other people, one or two, getting a little traction from just grabbing onto the toe's coattails. So Ralph grabs onto the toe's coattails and pretends it's personal. No, it's not. If it were personal, when I showed up at the gym to a fight Ethan agreed to, that pussy little bitch would have showed up, but he ran. He ran out of the state to get away from me. Let's not forget that. When I stood there and called him out and he said yes, Ralph ran across state lines to get away from the toe. Let that be a lesson. So Ralph starts coping with Gino, and Gino is just pounding the shit out of him, just giving him the straight dish. And Ralph cannot take it. For Mr. Ballbuster, and I'm Killstream. This is the Cope stream yesterday, boy. Oh, boy, was he in spin mode. He goes, oh, no, I hate Aaron. He can't admit that he just hates Aaron because Aaron basically, got one over on Nick, left, said, fuck you, I'm out of here, and made him break down. I mean, I caused the Ricada breakdown, 100%. I am the catalyst for it. Cannot deny it, cannot be honest with yourself without admitting it, which is why Nick's so good at denying it. So Ralph just can't admit that he's a baldo guard, that he's a sweeper. He has to act like there's some made up personal beef between the two of us. Personally, I don't have a personal beef with Ralph. I mean, he's fucking Ethan Ralph. It's like having a personal beef with Quadfather. They're on the same level. Why would I give a shit about Ralph? But it is cute to watch him pretend that we have some kind of connection. He's like, Aaron's a snitch. And Gino's like, how's he a snitch? And he goes, The Rekieta thing. I didn't snitch on the Rekieta thing, fuckface. I was what's called a person of interest. I didn't have a choice to go in. It was made very clear to me. I could either go in or I could be brought in. I decided to go in. So, went in, told my story. They already had everything they needed. If I would have never shown up, the situation would have ended up the same. Except I would have been brought in. But if they would have never used me a bit, they had more than what they needed. I didn't say anything before he was arrested. After he showed up with coke on his nose on the stream, I made fun of that, sure. But as far as like he was reported long before that. So Ethan lies about that. And then he says, oh yeah, he snitched on me. Are you fucking retarded, you fat, zannied out pig? I snitched on you? You live streamed my fucking arraignment. The court knew that you did it before I was even out of jail. He's like, no, Aaron snitched on me and I couldn't see my son. Ralph, quit pretending you give a fuck about your kids. You're a dog shit father. You failed at that already. Take up pottery or some kind of other hobby so you can be good at something for once in your life. You don't give a fuck about your kids. You actually are just like Rekieta. You use your quote unquote love of your children as a shield from criticism because you're a chicken shit. Now, I can say all of this to you because you're not going to do a fucking thing because I already gave you a chance to hit me and you tucked tail and ran across state lines. So, Ralph's a shitty father, but he wants to use the kid thing as some kind of coping mechanism. So he goes, I couldn't see my boy. I couldn't see my boy. Suey. I couldn't see my boy because Aaron snitched on me. Motherfucker, I was in jail when they found out that you had live streamed the thing. At my next court hearing, they went, do you know who Ethan Ralph is? I said, yup. And they go, friend of yours? Is he a friend of yours? So you have your friends live stream? I'm like, no, I don't give a shit about Ethan Ralph. And they go, okay, thanks. And that's why you got in trouble. Ethan, I know that taking accountability has never been your thing. You're kind of an overgrown 9-year-old. But you got caught doing something shitty. Stearns County isn't Candy, Ojai County. They actually enforce the law there. Or here, I guess. They caught you doing something retarded. You put your fucking name on your show title. All they had to do was go, kill stream Ethan Ralph. Oh, well, that does our job for us. And then you cried and you whined and you bitched. And then you pled out. Why? Because they had you. Understandable. But snitch on you? Motherfucker, they know how to do their jobs over here. They had you already. You should be thanking me. You probably hate wasting money on your kid. I mean, you never fucking see them. So you should be, you know what, Ralph? You're welcome that I said you weren't my friend when the court came to me and asked about you. You should be thanking me. I saved you so much fucking money that you don't have, brother. I saved you a credit card balance. You're fucking welcome. And then what was the other thing he lied about? Oh, yeah. He said I snitched on him, which was not true. And then, oh, no, it was that. It was the I snitched on Rekieta, I snitched on him. I didn't. But now, wait a minute. Didn't Geno technically, according to Ralph's, standards, didn't Geno snitch on me? That would mean if Ralph says, oh, I hate Aaron because he snitched on me. Well, then that would mean that you hate Geno because Geno snitched on me. And do I hold ill will towards Geno? No, I did a fucking stupid thing. A little tiny dipshit, little dumb thing. And, ticky-tack foul. Like in the NBA, it's like if someone put a finger on your wrist. But hey, a foul's a foul, right? So Geno got asked about it, and he told the truth. I'm not going to cry like a fucking rage pig that I did something retarded. So Ethan was a bit of a hypocrite there. And then when Geno pressed him on the facts of this whole drama that I've been involved in, Ralph just Geno had to drag him by the nose. Like, admit this, admit that. And Ralph's like, well, maybe Like, he had the baldo out so tight around his ball sack. He had it tucked and shoved up his ass. It was beautiful to see. Geno did a great fucking job. And Ralph, I'll say this now, but this is an evergreen statement that will always be true, bitch. I got your ass. And Ralph, if you ever want to compare the factuality of my statement that you don't give a fuck about your kids, or that will always infinitely be a better parent, father, and figure for my children than you ever will be for yours. Let me ask you this. You go ahead and ask your baby. You have multiple baby mamas, right? Okay. I didn't know Ethan was black. You have multiple baby mamas, right? Let's go ahead and ask your baby mamas. And then I'll go. Well, I mean, we'll have to do it for you because I'm sure you're not really, not much on talking. Is all the legal stuff cleared up with the baby mamas? Or you? I don't know. Anyway, if I know anything, I'll let the police know. And then we'll go ask the mother of my children about our relationship. I'll ask the mothers of your children about your relationship, and then we'll see who's doing a better job on that front, kid. All right? Hey, keep plucking away. I have a feeling you're going to crack 150 viewers in no time. See, that just feels like light work to me. You know what that feels like? Punching down. Another win for the toe. We butchered a rage pig today, and we made some rage pork chops. They were delicious. The gunt is a useless piece of Mexican garbage. Jesus. It's not very nice. That's not very nice. There's a lot of Ralph is a piece of shit things here. Oh, this isn't nice. You guys are mean. Dub says showing face online with donut powder on your nose is self-snitching, in my opinion. Yeah, Ralph has to suck Ricada's dick, so he has to make up a reason why he hates me. I get it. I can't be mad at him for that. He's trying anything he can to, get his name out there. I hear him. I understand it. Let's go. People are saying, goodness, the visual. Yeah, it's not good. McBuster says Geno is a Moor, Ralph is Mexican dumpster juice, and Kiki has no credibility. Well, people have that opinion. Oh, my God. Sam Show says Ethan is, in fact, an N-word. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ, that's brutal. Oh, man. Yeah, they're going after the gunt today. Oh, man. Now, you know what? Now I feel like a bully. All right, let's continue on. I will admit that was for me. That was fun. That was for me. And also Stalin and Alyssa needed clips. So I'm here to help always. All right, let's get into this screen time study, and then we can go into the stuff I really want to do today, which is the Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz stuff, the Wayne Ivey Lizzo stuff, and Kash Patel. You got to give the guy credit where credit is due. Kash apparently found some connection between the Chinese Communist Party and the 2020 mail-in ballots, which is great because I've been waiting for a really encouraging thing to come along so that it can eventually go nowhere. I've been really looking forward to that. Kennedy, Epstein, Big Beautiful Bill, Doge, no more wars. What happened in the 2020 election? I got to say this. The Trump administration is killing it. They're batting 1,000 when it comes to, having something and doing nothing with it. They're very good at taking a very shiny, expensive item off the shelf, showing it to us, and then putting it right back on the shelf. They're kicking ass with that. But before we do that, I know a lot of you have kids. And a lot of our children spend time on phones or tablets. It happens, our parents didn't have a Super Nintendo or N64 or PlayStation. We did. So we spent more time doing shit like that. Kids now, it is unreasonable when some people try to go, these kids today, they shouldn't be on any screens. We didn't have any screens. I don't know how realistic that is. It's just modern technology. It happens with every generation. But too much screen time, it's a thing for a lot of people. It gets abused just like anything else. You always run that risk of a parent. You don't want the tablets raising your kids. You don't want to use the TV as a babysitter in our generation is what they used to say. And that's a great point. There was a study done by the American Psychological Association and published in the journal Psychological Bulletin and reviewed and analyzed 117 separate so this was a study that gathered together 117 different studies involving more than 292,000 different children under the age of 10 from around the world. Researchers found strong evidence linking higher screen use to a range of socio-emotional problems, including anxiety, depression, aggression, and low self-esteem. You know, I believe it, but also I just think that the world they live in and how interconnected it is, I think you see this with a lot of younger millennials, the ones who grew up on Facebook. I think, unfortunately, this is here to stay. I don't know if this is necessarily tablet time. I don't know if this is necessarily screen time. I think what this specifically is social media. Like even the people, you know, the kids who watch TikTok and shit like that, you know, they're watching people live these amazing lives at like 15 years old, and they probably feel like a piece of shit if they don't have that life. You know, there's just that, there's a certain degree of exposure to other people's success that might be a driving force or a motivator. And then just like too much of it becomes kind of a beatdown. Like when we were kids, they had MTV Cribs, and you would get to see all of these rappers in these big, beautiful houses they lived in. All of these pop stars, these big, beautiful houses they lived in. You know what would be fun? It would be fun to go back and see the episode list of MTV Cribs and see how many of those people have gone broke. Because some of the shit in MTV Cribs that those fucking people spent money on, like, yo, dog, here's a 24 karat gold pinball machine of Scarface, motherfucker. I got 9 of them. It's like, that's I don't know. There wasn't a financial advisor involved in that decision. But we had that, and that was kind of a motivator, and we'd all like daydream, what will we put in our MTV Cribs house, you know? But then you have kids, and they're constantly bombarded by like people their age being wildly successful and like watching kids, you know, for their 16th birthday get Lamborghinis and shit. And it's just like, I don't know how good that is, because I don't know what that does for the expectation for a normal kid. So I don't know if it's just screen time. I don't think that's digging far enough. I think it's what's on those screens. And a lot of what's on that screen is social media, it's social pressure, and it's kind of like the old Barbie thing, you know, where, oh, Barbie creates an unrealistic beauty standard for young girls. I think a lot of social media, TikTok, you know, the like, creates an unreal projection of reality for young kids. And I think that's where a lot of that anxiety comes from, is holy shit, oh my God, I have to be a famous TikToker. You know, there was a study done a few years ago that said there's like 40% of kids in elementary school, when they're asked what do they want to be when they grow up, they say a famous YouTuber. And that's a problem, you know? So I get that they're doing these studies and they want to just say, well, it's screen time. And look, limiting the screen time is a great idea. In the summertime, if I catch one of my kids on if the sun's out and it's nice out, I catch one of the kids on the screen. If I look, like, let's say right now I walk in, 6:46, I'll say, you've got until 6:55. And then you got to go outside and play with your friends. You know, you catch them on the tablet. I don't know if it's good to like yell at them and be like, all right, off the tablet right now, blah, blah. But I'll give them like a 5-10 minute window. And then I'll go, then you got to, you know, take a slug of water and get back out there. Redbird with $5 says, coming from boomers that spend a minimum 6 hours a day staring at their television. I hear you. I understand. I think you make a great point. But I do think there is a difference in the level of immersion of being on a tablet and having it right here in front of you and, you know, sitting in your recliner falling asleep to Fox News. I think there's a difference in immersion levels in those two things. So I mean, look, boomers have their own faults. That's for sure. You know, millennials have their own faults. That's for sure. But I think it's this, you know, I talked to, you know, on the old radio show, I had a doctor on, and the doctor was telling me that, you know, before around the age of 3 to 5, right? Kids can't perceive things outside of their, they don't have good peripheral vision and they don't have good peripheral understanding. That's why tablets are so bad for really young kids, is because they get laser focused in. And they said if parents take away the tablet, it's like jarring someone awake. And it's really shocking to their system. And they're trying to study and figure out like what the hell that is and what it does to people. So you have to watch that screen time. I mean, it's right there, right in front of their face. It invades their world. It's a lot more active a thing than television is. Somebody too says, or just don't let them sit on an iPad or tablet at all. And we don't own a tablet or iPad. And we don't let our kids sit on a phone. Well, here's the problem. I do believe in like the educational stuff that my kids use their tablets for. I subscribe to a kids book service that's on their tablets and they can read books, and that's great. And then there's also a thing that helps them with their homework. There's an e-learning program that I subscribe to, and they can use that as well. And I'm glad they have those resources. Corn Pop with 199 says for the no goal. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. The no goal is at 80 today. I appreciate it. That's why we ain't mentioning it very much, because we have not had a single come on, let's get the goal day. And we're trying to keep it that way. The only one we would have would be tomorrow. And that kind of depends what happens today. So thank you, Corn Pop. I appreciate that. So that's the study. That's the news. I don't think kids being on tablets in and of itself is awful. It's not awful either. But yeah, it does, like anything else, it needs to be monitored. Hobo Chili says, what's your weight goal today? 215, same as it always is, but I'm about 6 pounds away right now. But Aaron, weren't you 5 pounds away yesterday? Yeah, it was about 5.5 pounds away yesterday. I went a little nuts after the golf course. What do you want from me? Chevrolet JB with $1 says, you do know you can get a library card for free and get access to thousands of books on their tables. I think they mean tablets. Yeah, they have a library card too. They have that as well. So, but I really don't have a problem. They don't have a problem playing outside and stuff. Like, they're outside all the time in the summer. And then you got the family's cabin, and they do these camping trips and stuff like that. Very active kids. Making speech free again says 6 pounds. Are we acting like we didn't see the spare tire you were wearing in your tire changing video? I don't know what to tell you. I step on the scale, 6'3", 223 pounds, and I'm not the most muscle-bound guy in the world. Don't know what to tell you. At least I don't have a hunchback. Ep didn't with $3 says childhood Suhun was on a constant decline at an all-time low leading up to the same year as iPhone 3G release. Since then, it skyrocketed to an all-time high. Bless their souls. Figured that out myself. Well, there's a lot of things to account for that. I think a lot of that's social media, too. And I also think some of that might be, and I'm sorry to get right wing on you here, but I think some of that might be the trans stuff they're pushing in schools. That might be a lot of the trans stuff they're pushing. Corn Pop with 199 says, I know a doctor that can retract your chin. Now I'm panicking. I'm doing my exercises. Zen Man with $5 says, R.I.P. Johnny died in a tragic gorilla milking accident. That's not true. That's not accurate. Johnny did not die, and he did not die in a gorilla. He's a gorilla milking pro. He knows how to milk a fucking gorilla. He's not going to die in the gorilla milking cage. And yes, he does. He has a gorilla milking cage. It's very professional. It's not what you're thinking. Somebody says, buy your kid a dirt bike or a four-wheeler. They will ride for hours on end until they run out of gas. I just got done building a track for the little shits. My kids are big on the bike rides. They like biking to garage sales and shit like that. And then, what's the other one? What are those? The electric Razor scooters. They like those. Let's go to Hulkamasha Baby says 223. So 8. Did I say 223? No, I was 221 this morning. Thank you very much. I was 221 this morning. So 8 pounds away from fighting weight, ready to stop eating trash, fatty. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm eating better this week. My weight's come down a little bit. I was getting close to I was about 224 this weekend. But I'm eating I'm not eating trash. I haven't had any fast food this week, and I think I got to keep that up. You know, I've had so many people write me and be like, dude, honestly, you just cut out the diet sodas and the fast food, and you're going to be 215 in no time. And I'm like, I know. And I'm not going to say it's like an addiction, but it's it's really easy. It's really, really easy. It's not good. No excuses. It's bad news bears. Chevrolet JB says, can Aaron ride a bike or don't they make a heavy duty one for you, fatty? I can ride a bike just fine. Thank you very much. Mommy says, you just need more sex. It's great cardio. I ain't complaining. Thank you very much. In fact, Mommy, this audience would probably argue that historically that maybe Aaron's a bit oversexed and maybe he's got to fucking chill a little bit. Whatever. You know, you say tomato, I say tomato. That's all. Start air frying steaks, Aaron. It's easier and fast food and way cheaper and better for you. Thank you. Hobo says, eating better. Stop. You're killing me. Well, if I'm killing Hobo, I don't want to stop. Jesus. Mommy says, is it possible to be oversexed? Yeah, when you're swinging in a polycule, yeah, it's probably, it's possible to be oversexed. Yeah. You start to turn into a little pervy little birdie. It's no good. All right, let's get, Gray Duckling with 230 says those poor bike tires. You fucking asshole. They're fine. The bike tires are fine. There's nothing wrong with the bike tires at all. All right, let's get in here. Let's get to some of these stories. I'm going to leave you guys for a little while, and I think ultimately you're going to be fine. Let's just catch up with a couple of texts here. Both of you, are you sure they didn't join People's Temple and need you to drink the Kool-Aid? No, I'm not going to a People's Temple rally. I promise. So we've got a body cam that the LAPD released because there was a shooting, and this was seen as in the public interest. You know, if the public is interested in a police body cam, the law says it needs to be released. If there are questions that the public has about, you know, I think all body cams should be released, honestly, because crimes were committed. The cops responded to a call. The public pays. I mean, technically, in my opinion, the public owns those body cams. Those body cams belong to the people. They paid for them. It should all be public record. All this police behavior should be out in the open. So if there is any corruption, we get to see it. So the LAPD did the right thing, and they released this body cam. Matter of fact, I don't think you can be a freedom-loving American, and even, you know, some of these people call themselves libertarians. I think you're kind of a phony libertarian and a phony freedom fighter if you're saying that the police should be covering up and hiding body cam footage. I think that would make you kind of a giant, fat, stinking hypocrite, if you ask me. All right, you know what? That was petty. And it was low-hanging fruit, and it was a cheap shot, and it was too easy for me, and I'm sorry. So last month, the LAPD responded to a domestic disturbance call of a possible man, and one of the officers unloaded on the suspect when he came at them holding a gun. Simple enough, right? Easy. On Tuesday, the department released pics and body cam footage that shows the intense shooting when the suspect got hit in the leg and randomly told the cop afterward, that was a good shot. And then he repeated his praise for emphasis. So anybody who's protesting these police shootings and stuff like that, and they want to go, oh, this poor black man, he was a victim and blah, blah, blah. So the LAPD decided to release this tape. And when they released this tape, it not only was there not a protest from the man or his family or anything else, but he even complimented the police. He's like, oh, shit, that was a good one. Fuck. You know what? You got me. Let's go ahead and watch this. This is the LAPD body cam footage. Let's go ahead and check this out.
It's the police. Police.
And, you know, a lot of these guys, they want the cops to shoot them. They want to die, but they don't want to do it themselves. So they want to go out there wielding a weapon of some sort, and they want the cops to take them out. Oh, no. Oh, maybe they should have aimed a little higher. What a piece of shit to do this in a house where there's kids. What an asshole. So there he is right there. Guys, it's like a zombie video game. That's fucking bananas.
He has a rifle. He has a rifle.
They got him in the leg.
Come on. Don't reach for it.
Back up to your left. Perfect. Point. Keep giving him commands.
Keep coming out, man. Keep coming out.
Don't shoot me, bro.
Keep crawling.
Don't shoot me. Well, it's a little late for that, pal.
Shoot me.
Just crawl, dude.
You had me crawling on the ground.
Come
I'm
on,
shutting
keep
my
crawling
leg,
this
dude.
way, bro.
Yeah, I got you calling. Well, I mean, you had a house with women and kids in there, and you're wielding a gun. Yes, I'm sorry. We kind of had to show up and show out, if you will.
That's the best way to do things.
That was a good shot, though. That was a good shot.
I'll go hands on with you too.
Keep point and just to arrest.
Raj.
Just keep going.
That was a good shot, though, dude. That was a good shot. Yo, what the fuck you making me crawl on the ground for? You know what, though? That was good. That was a good shot. Cop didn't have the heart to tell him. He's like, I was aiming for your chest. Wasn't that good of a shot, to be honest. Hobo Chili says cops are now using extended mags. Nice. Yeah, isn't that great in a state like California? State like California will make laws that say you can't have extended mags. You can only be limited to, what is their limit, like 7 in California? But our cops, you know, that's rubbing it in their face a little bit. When you ban the extended mags for everyone else and then the cops go, I think we're going to add extended mags to our arsenal. That's an extra fuck you, isn't it? Nader P says he wasn't really black. I didn't hear the smoke detector. McBusted says now is the perfect time for a Midland Armory. Yeah, you know, if you need to defend yourself from a crazy person with a rifle inside of your home, nobody better than Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Talk to Derek and Tracy today. Home defense, they've got you covered. Any questions you have, no matter what your experience level, they can help you out at Midland Armory. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Check them out online. Make your orders there. MidlandArmory.com. Ep Didden says admits a good shot while bleeding out. Okay, based. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're looking for an honest crook, there's your honest crook. Thank you very much, Redbird, for the $5. He says Aaron had rebar welded to the bike frame for structural support. That's not. Thank you for the $5, Redbird. I appreciate it. Redbird is now in 4th place. Patrick Melton is in first at $275. Unforced Ego in second at $151. Jeremy in third at $150. And Redbird in 4th at $131. And we are now $70 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. So the LAPD, no cops getting in trouble on this one. They're going to be fine. They got the guy in the leg. He's apparently the guy who got shot is very happy about it. The cops are happy with how it turned out. That's just a real piece of shit move, though. That whole, that whole, like, the kids are in the house too. Like, if you're trying to do the S word by cop thing, you know, go do it somewhere where nobody else is, or get everybody else out of the house first. It's just, it's an extra shitbag thing to do. It really is. It's an extra shitbag thing to do. Hey, thank you to everybody hitting like and hitting follow and hitting retweet and hitting share on today's show. I appreciate that. Go ahead and hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. We appreciate you being here. Means a lot. Those interactions mean a lot. Thank you very much. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Aaron prefers unforced Fritos. Thank you. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says while he likes donations, he'd rather an unforced ego. Oh, ego. Unforced ego, unforced ego. I almost didn't get it. Thank you for explaining it to me so I could understand. Fucking asshole. Nova says that wasn't his truck in the video. Aaron bumped into his body into that wall, causing the damage in the garage. That's not true. I bumped into a cooler and I pushed it into the wall, and that created the... I did not crash my body into the wall and create that puncture. Brittany Boo, becoming a member for 37 months, simply says, boop. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You guys are great. Keep it moving. Let's get into this Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz thing. Now, apparently, this 2-hour interview is coming out a little bit later today. Tucker sat down with Ted Cruz, and boy, did they have it out over this Iran-Israel thing. And the interview in question is about a minute and a half clip. And it has to do with, obviously Ted Cruz is a war hawk, kind of a neocon sort of a dude. Tucker Carlson, staunchly anti-war. He really, is busted up about, Donald Trump leaning like he's going to be going to war with Iran. He's going to be joining Israel. He's not as radical as Dave Smith. I'll be honest. It looks like Dave Smith is eating a little bit of shit online about his grandiose reaction to, before the war on America's end even starts. He's talking about, we should impeach Trump and he should stand trial and this, that, and the other thing. It's like, all right, let's fucking, take it down a notch. Let's calm down a little bit on the impeachment thing. He's getting, look, there's a difference between I voted for a guy, he lied to me, he tricked me, he's doing stuff he said he wouldn't do. I get it. That's fine. That's understandable. I mean, I'm at that point with Trump, with tariffs and the war and everything else. But he does something you don't want him to do, and you go, he should be impeached, he should stand trial. It's like, isn't Dave Smith part of the gallery of people who, when they were trying to impeach Trump for everything under the sun, that he was like, this is ridiculous, this is a witch hunt, this is weaponizing the justice system? I mean, look, if you want to make the new standard that if a president goes to war with a country that didn't attack us, we impeach him and kick him out of office, look, man, I'm all for it. I'm down, but we don't do that. That's not technically considered against the law in the United States. So that's not an impeachable offense. This Tucker Carlson's reaction, though, I feel like Tucker's reaction was a lot more measured, a lot more intelligent, a lot more critical. And this clip with him and Ted Cruz is not going to, it's a bad omen of the interview in general that's coming out today. And it's not a good look for Ted Cruz off the top. So much so that Ted Cruz decided to put a post out on Twitter today. I want to say today, could have been last night. Let's see. 11:07 p.m. Okay, so he was burning the midnight oil, tweeting about Tucker. Well, Ted Cruz tried to get ahead of it. Now, getting ahead of it, when you sat down for an interview with the guy, when you try to get ahead of it and talk about the interview before it releases, it kind of makes it look like you think you got your ass kicked, or you think people are going to watch it and think he got his ass kicked. And you're trying to frame the pitch for the umpire. You're trying to frame the interview for everyone, before it even comes out. It's not a sign that you're confident about how you did. He writes, and this is some real chicken shit stuff that Ted Cruz wrote. He says, did a long interview with Tucker. He released a snippet playing a gotcha on the population of Iran. I declined to play that silly game. Watch the full 2-hour interview where Tucker attacks Trump. I bet you he criticizes him. Attacks the ape. Now he puts this in quotes, this piece of shit. And this is why people like Tucker and people like Dave Smith are so mad at the neocons, is because if you try to be against joining Israel's war, now you hate Jews, now you're an anti-Semite. And that's a really shitty thing to do to people. And it's a really dishonest way to debate. And you can't do shit. The problem with these politicians is they're all soulless, they're all sociopaths, none of them have any feeling. So they'll go ahead and call you anti-Semitic all day long. And then when you go, I'm not going to fucking talk to you, the politician goes, why don't you talk to me? What's your problem? It's like, you called me anti-Semitic. And for a politician, that's fine. They call everybody anti-Semitic. They call everybody a Nazi. So they don't see that as like a personal attack. Whereas other people might see that and go, well, fuck you. You saying I'm an anti-Semite? Dude, fuck you. I'm not talking to you anymore. So Ted Cruz and Mark Levin and these other guys do this thing where if you criticize AIPAC or you criticize Israel, they do this thing where they go, I wonder what that's all about. Wonder why you decided to criticize AIPAC. And it's like, because they lobby against American interests in favor of Israeli interests. And that bothers me as an American. Like, it's not even like you can say, oh, it sounds like you're hiding something. It's like, no, I'm openly criticizing the thing. Like, you can't say that I'm trying to, gaslight or trying to subterfuge or anything. Like, I'm openly saying AIPAC lobbies sometimes against American interests in favor of Israeli interests. And as an American, I'd rather see us lobby for American interests. Like, you can't spin that into anything other than what it is. So Ted Cruz says Tucker attacks Trump, attacks and puts it in quotes, AIPAC lobby, and falsely claims Iran is not trying to assassinate Trump. See, and that's bullshit too. Iran is not trying to assassinate Trump. Iran, in my opinion, the deep state is trying to assassinate Trump. In my opinion, the FBI and the CIA was trying to assassinate Trump. Not Iran. So they released this 1.5-minute clip of Tucker talking to Ted Cruz. Now, this is something they did to like Dick Cheney and George Bush and all these and Donald Rumsfeld in the lead up to the Iraq War. Journalists would ask them questions, not enough, apparently, but they would ask them questions about the makeups and the demographics of Iraq. The reason being, well, hey, if you're going to attack these people, you should know something about the country. And if your goal is regime change, you should know the population. You should know what they're about. You should know where they're at culturally. You should know the breakdown of the country. Like if you were to try to topple the U.S. government and rebuild something in its place, you should know religious demographics. You should know racial demographics. You should know cultural demographics. You should know all of these things so you know what makes the country tick. But to go in there and try to overthrow a regime and then not have the first fucking clue about what that country's about or what they think, we've seen that happen before, and it's always a nightmare. So Tucker posts this clip of the interview. Now, remember, Ted Cruz called this a gotcha clip. I want you guys to watch this clip for yourself, and you tell me if this is a gotcha clip from Tucker to Ted Cruz.
I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
I don't see how that's gotcha. That's some shit you ought to know. You ought to know, Ted. You don't know about the population of Iran, but you want to overthrow their government and install a new government. You know, I will say this. I take it back. This is actually remarkably honest. Because this is a guy who just wants to topple a government and have our government and the Israeli government install a leader who's friendly to us. They don't give a fuck about the Iranian population and what they want. If they did, they would have never overthrown Mossadegh. and installed the Shah. So, I will say maybe this is just very honest of Ted Cruz when he goes, I don't know shit about the population of Iran. Well, I mean, all right, fair. You don't know shit about the population of Iran because you don't give a fuck what they want. All right.
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay.
He tries to turn it around on Tucker. He's like, all right, how many people live in Iran then, smart guy? 92 million. Oh, wait. 91,999,984. 16 people just died in an airstrike.
Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
What? But you want to bomb a shitload of countries and you want to overthrow their presidents and you want to install new ones. You might want to figure it out. I don't know, Ted. This may be before your time, Ted. You may not have been born yet. But there was this war about 25 years ago. It was called Iraq. And, we went in there and we didn't know a whole lot about the religious makeup of the country. And we didn't know a whole lot about what made them tick. And we just overthrew their leader and we just put some guys in there. And it turns out we had to hang out there for another 10, 15 years because the whole country was going apeshit. So I don't, but you're right, Ted. Population tables are for fucking nerds, dude.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because,
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay.
They're Persians and predominantly Shia. All right. What other cultural makeups do they have? What other religious elements do they have? They're predominantly Shia. Well, that assumes then that they would have some Sunnis in that country. Do the Sunnis need to be taken into account? Their concerns when you're building a new government. When they're building that new government, are we worried that the Sunnis will be toppled over and perhaps oppressed? And that could create maybe like a civil war kind of a vibe. If Iraq is a Sunni populous country, is Iraq going to try and exert some of their Sunni influence on Shia Iran? Or whereas Ted's like, whatever, nerd, we're just going to play football on an aircraft carrier, you fucking queer.
It's not even, you don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the...
Oh, shit. I know you are, but what am I? I am rubber, you are glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. Oh, Ted's got him now. Ted did what about you? What about you, Dad? Fuck you. No, what about you? Fuck you. No, what about you, Tucker? Fuck you.
The one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
I really don't think Ted's winning anything here. He seems a bit worked up.
If they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government...
By the way, is Tucker doing this with a cold sore? Props, bro. Doing this with a fucking herp lip. Attaboy Tuck. That only means one thing. Tuck eats pussy. Sorry. Sometimes shit gets too serious. You got to point out the elephant in the lip.
Last night the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
Israel.
High
stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Yeah, but they don't give a shit. That's the problem. To them, this is already decided. We're not debating this. We're not discussing whether or not, this is happening in the next couple of days. And as this is happening in the next couple of days, Ted Cruz isn't concerned about a debate. Ted Cruz isn't even concerned about losing a debate with Tucker Carlson. Ted Cruz just wants Tucker to shut the fuck up and just support the Republicans. He wants Tucker to be a good, right winger and just support whatever the war they want to go into. The problem with Tucker is a principled dude. Tucker Carlson believes in what he believes, and if that clashes with Republican dogma, then he's going to go with what he believes. And that's why Ted Cruz is having such a tough time. But, hey, we'll watch the whole 2-hour interview because as Ted Cruz has told us, Tucker is a big meanie head who doesn't like Israel, and he's a meanie head to AIPAC during this whole thing. It's nasty business, apparently, this Tucker Carlson. Ep didn't with $1 says Tucker might know a thing or two about the reality of Iran having/seeking or not a nuclear weapon or nuclear energy. Why did Trump take him to North Korea? Who is the bigger kook? Trump? I think Trump got, unfortunately, everyone looks at Donald Trump as like this unflappable, like uncorruptible, like if he wants something, he's going to go get it. I don't know. I think with this Iran thing, I think he got talked into it. I think a lot of they were giving him the full court press because he was critical of Bibi just a week or two ago. He was like, we're not going to get dragged into a war by Israel. And it's like, wow, it's great to hear him say that. And then Mark Levin visits the White House and Ben Shapiro probably gives him a call. And, Benjamin Netanyahu's like, oh, yeah, here's the dastardly thing about Mossad and Israel. If they want us to join them in a war or something, they will create whatever report, whatever intelligence document they need to create to get us into it. They will. Benjamin Netanyahu's been telling the world for 30 years that Iran's a year away from getting a nuclear weapon. So, I think Donald Trump got the full court press on the whole going to war with Iran thing, and I think he got dragged into it because otherwise, how do you take a guy who said no more wars, and then all of a sudden he's balls deep with a country that never attacked us? Let's go to Eric with $1. Says leave some fried chicken in Newports for Sam's show this Juneteenth Eve. He'll actually show up, unlike Father's, an 800 credit score and a swimming pool. Eric, I feel like that was out of the way racist, to be honest with you. Out of the way racist. Let's keep going. Hobo Chili says Ted looks like he's been dipping into the snack packs just a little bit. Just a little. Making speech free again says Ted fucked up here. Point to Tucker on the U.S. involvement trap. I mean, look, I don't think that regime change and installing new leadership in Iran is going to work anyway, like whether we know the demographics and understand the country or not. But, it sure would help. It might help us fail a little less. God damn, man. How many times do we have to do this? And, the thing is, we already know that we're not good at this. We already know that this probably won't work, but fuck it. We're going to do it one more time because we just can't resist getting one of our enemies out of there. We've wanted the Islamic Republic of Iran gone for decades now. And we're like, the regime building thing is not our deal, but boy, we're good at blowing shit up. Let's get him out of there. Can't help it. Approachable says, this does not mean Tucker eats pussy. It could mean he makes out with his dad like you did. Didn't make out with my dad. Landers says, I voted for Trump, but unlike most, I can admit he's a fucking moron and wants everyone to like him. Not a good look for a position that requires strength and will. According to him, we were starting to get somewhere on trade deals. Hopefully that's still the case. Hopefully we're not putting everything on the back burner for this. We were starting to make some trade deals. Some prices were starting to come down. Inflation was starting to go down. We were starting to get some good jobs numbers. But boy, oh boy, we start talking about releasing those Epstein files, and Elon Musk starts saying Trump is in the Epstein files and this and that. And then all of a sudden we really like war again. It's kind of like when I was a kid in the late 90s, Bill Clinton didn't really feel like bombing Iraq. There was no reason to bomb Iraq and enforce the no-fly zones and, launch a campaign against them. And then all of a sudden, this woman said she blew Bill Clinton in the Oval Office. And as soon as that woman came out and said she blew Bill Clinton in the Oval Office, all of a sudden we launched like a weekend bombing campaign against Iraq. Weird how that shit, we had no intention of going to war with Iran. Matter of fact, we're at the negotiating table. We're talking to Iran. All of a sudden, Elon goes, hey, Trump's in the Epstein files. And now all of a sudden we're gung-ho for a war. It's weird. That's all. And I don't hear anything about that anymore. Historically White says this would have went smoother if there weren't thousands of hours of them blowing up kids. Right? Let's go to Fauci's Pangolin. He says, in high def, you can hear Tucker's herpes sing, I'm stuck on Tucker because Tucker's stuck on me. Mecca Jones says Iranians aren't the ones owning the U.S. government. Hey. I hope you're not criticizing AIPAC, you anti-Semite. The minute you... And you know what the weirdest gaslighting thing about that is? We're right. Like, we're correct. AIPAC is lobbying against American interests in favor of Israel openly. And then you go, hey, look at the thing they're doing. And they go, wow, you must really hate Jews. And you're like, what? It's like watching, like, someone's in the front yard of your house and they've got your basketball hoop and they're shooting. They're just taking jump shots in your front yard. And you're like, hey, why is that guy out there taking jump shots in my front yard? I didn't give him permission. And they're like, that guy's not taking jump shots in your front yard. You just hate your neighbors. Like, no, he's literally, like, we can see him. He's right there doing it. He's just a neighbor hater, I think. Chips and Diff says, Trump 2024. If I was president, this war would have never happened. Yeah, now the promise is, without me as president, this war never happens. Let's go to Bigot on Socialist Media. He says, I voted for Trump to take care of the deep state, or voted for him to fight a war for the deep state. Yeah, which one did you do? Which one were you on the back of? Approachable says the price of diesel fuel jumped 40 cents from last week. Yeah, gas was up over $3 here. It was heading in the right direction. And son of a bitch. Hobo chili recipe, I never said. He says, Aaron, I have you saying, and I quote, my dad's lips tasted very sour. You can't just say, I quote, and then act like I said that. How dare you? Ablo Pacheco says, exactly, no bombs in Iraq. Monica Lewinsky enters the chat. Next thing you know, Operation Star Fox. No, what was that one? It was Operation Enduring Freedom was Afghanistan. What? Operation Desert Fox, which was Erwin Rommel, by the way. Yeah, 1998. The primary mission of Operation Desert Fox was to strike military targets in Iraq that contributed to its ability to produce, store, maintain, and deliver weapons of mass destruction. In other words, the president needed people to stop talking about his cock. I believe that's what the whole thing was about. But again, I could just be being a contrarian. Let's go to... and then McBusted wrote in the chat, let's go to... God damn it. One of my crutches. Mommy says AIPAC is a terrorist organization that is going to drag the USA into a war on behalf of Israel. Hey, what is this, a repeat? Landers says, yeah, Trump hardcore cultists are claiming folks on the right that speak out against Trump take money from Qatar. No, bitch, we voted for Trump because he said no more wars. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm against all that. I mean, I got tariffs and I got wars that I didn't vote for. Dick Von Du says most support for war boils down to the stock price of weapons manufacturers. Amen. Amen. Packerbacker says Desert Fox is why I spent 6 months in Kuwait. Yeah. Yeah, Desert Fox was Monica Lewinsky, said that she, caught a shot in the mouth from the president and she dribbled some on her dress. And then Bill Clinton says, I know how to solve this. Let's bomb some Arabs. That's, ladies and gentlemen, I give you 1990s foreign policy. But the internet economy was booming and we had budget surpluses. So We didn't really worry about it. What was the 1998 budget surplus? For those of you who don't know, this is cute. So a budget surplus is this thing that happens when the government spends less money than it takes in. And you actually have more money in the government coffers than you can spend. I know it's weird, but in 1998, we had a $69 billion surplus. Surplus, yes. In 1999, we had a $124 billion surplus. And then I think in 2000 was our last budget surplus. Yeah, $237 billion in 2000. So about $450 billion worth of surplus. 2001, we had a surplus of 127. So we're talking about $500 billion worth of surpluses. And then in 2002, all that military spending drug it down. So here, let's go national debt in 2000. So the national debt in 2000 was $5.6 trillion. So we could have gotten the national debt down to $5 trillion. We could have kept our budget balanced, and boy, would a $5 trillion national debt look really good right about now. I bet you our dollar would be stronger. All kinds of shit could have happened. But we got what we got instead. We got, with all of our platforms, we got about 800 of you checking out the show right now. Rumble and YouTube, a little over 700. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, pump those numbers up just a little bit. And let's keep it moving this morning. Thank you so much for everything you do for this show. So, Kash Patel apparently has uncovered a Chinese Communist Party plot to rig 2020 mail-in votes for Joe Biden. Now, it's apparently we've had this for years and years. Kash Patel didn't have to dig very far to get it. He found it in the first few months of this administration. And here we are. Now we've got a new thing that we can ignore and not report on. The intelligence community appeared keen on downplaying Chinese election interference when it meant helping Joe Biden. Now remember, when Donald Trump got elected in 2016, it had to be the Ruskies. The Russians had to have interfered in our election. Donald Trump couldn't have beat Hillary Clinton on its own. Here, look, we've got this dossier that shows that Trump was working with them. He wasn't. Spoiler alert. It was all bullshit. In a New York Times Magazine interview published on June 1st, 2020, then Attorney General Bill Barr, acknowledged that the Department of Justice was concerned that there are a number of foreign countries that could easily make counterfeit ballots, put their names on them, and send them in. Yeah, it's almost like a lot of us thought that mail-in ballots were complete bullshit. And for people who wanted to maintain the sanctity of democracy, it seemed like allowing people to sit at home, write their name on a ballot, fill it out, and just mail it back didn't really seem like the most secure way to do an election. Because mail-in ballots seems like they're a lot easier to fuck with. Maybe there was a group in that election that maybe wouldn't have minded if those ballots were fucked with a little bit. Because like I said, you go to sleep at 1 or 2 in the morning, you wake up and all of a sudden you got, the guy who was winning by millions of votes is now losing by a couple 100,000 votes. That shouldn't strike anyone as weird. Weeks later, President Donald Trump tweeted, quote, "Rigged 2020 election. Millions of mail-in ballots will be printed by foreign countries and others. It will be the scandal of our times." Well, no, and I should say, you don't write your name on the ballot. That's a big thing. So the ballots come in, they're just treated as valid. No names on them, no nothing. Just, hey, here's a ballot, count it. It's crazy that the mail-in ballots broke really hard for Joe Biden. Crazy stuff. Election officials, Democrats, and the liberal media were quick to suggest that such claims weren't just unfounded, they were preposterous. Not only that, they wanted to throw people in jail over saying that there might have been some bullshit going on with the mail-in ballots. Well, FBI Director Kash Patel announced Monday that the Bureau located intelligence reports from August of 2020 that detail alarming allegations regarding an apparent Chinese communist plot to interfere in the presidential election for the benefit of then candidate Joe Biden. Remember, Burisma got millions of dollars from the Chinese Communist Party. And the Chinese Communist Party was owed a payback, just like Iran was owed a payback. Just like all these countries were owed a payback for contributing to Burisma and the company that Hunter Biden was on the board of, and that he constantly used his father's position in government as a leverage point for. And boy, did China get treated well under the Biden administration. So nearly as damning as the allegations was the alleged cover-up by elements of the intelligence community ahead of the election. You don't say. Patel just told the news that the newly classified documents, quote, include allegations of plans from the Chinese Communist Party to manufacture fake driver's licenses and ship them into the United States for the purpose of facilitating fraudulent mail-in ballots. Interesting. And didn't like a lot of Chinese illegals slip across our southern border in those 4 years? So it's almost like you would ship your people into this country with a porous border, and then you would give them fake identifying markers that, some 75-year-old lady working a polling place in Pennsylvania ain't going to be able to tell the difference. And then all of a sudden you got yourself a nice way to kind of influence things. But again, that just means you're evil and you don't believe in democracy. Questioning the validity of ballots and questioning the integrity of election is somehow anti-democracy. I feel like that would be considered pro-democracy in a lot of places, like scrutinizing your elections. Now, the allegations which, while substantiated, were abruptly recalled and never disclosed to the public. So these are not rumors. These are substantiated claims that China was sending fake identification so that people could cast fraudulent ballots in favor of Joe Biden. U.S. Customs and Border Protection announced on July 27th, 2020, that between January 1st and June 30th of that election year, CBP officers at the International Mail Facility at Chicago O'Hare International Airport had seized 1,513 shipments containing fraudulent documents, including 19,888 counterfeit U.S. driver's licenses. Fuck. And again, this is just what we caught. This is what we got, is these 20,000. I mean, if you look at like an Arizona or a Pennsylvania in the last election, or Wisconsin in 2020, 20,000 votes will do a lot of damage. Georgia, same thing. It'll do a lot of damage. 2020 presidential election, Wisconsin. So in Wisconsin, the total was, Biden won by 20,000 votes in Wisconsin. I mean, that's hardly anything. And, the saddest part about this is we're going to be at war pretty soon. We're not going to hear anything about this. This isn't going to catch any traction. This should be front page news, Our democracy is paramount. Our elections are very important to us. But alas, the majority of these shipments were arriving from China and Hong Kong, with other seized shipments arriving from Britain and South Korea. The licenses were mostly intended for college-age students across various states. In many cases, the barcode attached to the licenses actually worked. It's unclear whether some of the hundreds of thousands of Chinese students at universities across the country, or some of the nearly 400,000 Chinese illegal aliens, were the intended recipients. 400. Okay, so we have a number. 400,000 illegal Chinese immigrants flooding across the border during the Biden administration. And then, that would be after 2020. But so at the time, there were 400,000 Chinese illegal immigrants. And they want to send all these fake IDs and fake documents so they can go vote in the election. I mean, yeah. And then Biden gets elected, and all of a sudden our stance on China softens quite a bit. I mean, there were concerns we were just going to give away Taiwan. These fraudulent identity documents can lead to identity theft, worksite enforcement, critical infrastructure protection, fraud linked to immigration-related crimes such as human smuggling and human trafficking. And these documents can be used by those individuals associated with terrorism to minimize scrutiny from travel screening measures, added CBP. Officials who have seen the newly declassified documents told Just the News that a confidential source provided the FBI with the information in summer 2020, indicating that the Chinese communist regime was mass-producing fake American driver's licenses in order to create voter identities for Chinese nationals so that they could vote with fake mail-in ballots. This is our own intelligence community saying this. This is not a crazy conspiracy. This isn't Alex Jones. This isn't Donald Trump whining about losing. This is our own FBI, which is fucking bananas because it was the FBI during that election who was shutting down all of Trump's claims, who was saying that this is wrong. They were saying that this is an affront to democracy, and this is like, we don't have a country. This is very important to know shit like this. We have a conglomerate. We're the United States of America Incorporated. All right. And we don't have it. We're not on the board. All right. We are the consumer. You know, this is like saying Coca-Cola belongs to the people. It doesn't. They have a CEO. They have a board of directors. They have a marketing team. They'll decide the shit that gets put on the shelves. Your choice is buy or don't buy. And in our marketing, we're going to say if you don't buy, then you're less than. Same thing with the United States government. The board of directors presents you with two choices, but they're only going to get behind one of those choices, and they're going to put that on the shelf. And if you don't buy what they're putting on the shelf, they're going to shame you and say you don't like democracy, you don't love America, and you're attacking our institutions. And you're an insurrectionist. We're not a country. We're not a country for, of, and by the people. We are a conglomerate. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of United States of America Incorporated. That's what we are. Dude, our own FBI knew this shit was going on. And when we pointed it out after the election, and people on January 6th lost their mind, rallied at the Capitol because they believed this shit. The FBI that arrested and prosecuted a lot of those people on January 6th knew what the truth was. They knew this shit was going on, and they still threw those people in prison. And you want me to condemn the January 6ers, and you want me to be happy about their prosecution? No. You lied to these people. And those were the people who knew you were lying. And they got gaslit so hard by their own intelligence communities that they went out and did this January 6th thing. Because nobody would listen to them. And then there was this group of people, known as our intelligence organizations, who knew the truth and did the opposite anyway. It's, once again, you know, we talk about it with Kennedy being, killed. It's a fucking coup. When the people exercise their opinion, and their opinion gets out ahead of the corporation, and the corporation misjudges, and the people sneak one by them, they'll fix us. They'll fix us. And if we complain about them fixing us, they'll just go ahead and say, well, you guys are crazy. I mean, you guys are just absolutely nuts. I don't know what you're talking about. One person writes in, what's on Real Raw News today? I mean, could it be crazier than the stuff we're already seeing? I mean, if Real Raw News, said that the black hats are abducting military personnel that are against the Iran war, I mean, would you have a problem believing it? I don't know. I wouldn't. Thank you to Zen Man Builds for gifting a membership to Har E Balls. Thank you, Zen Man. I appreciate it. I needed a laugh. It's getting kind of heavy in here. 65 away from today. Appreciate it. Landers says China owns land in America, and Trump is giving permission for more to be purchased. Well, that's going to be part of the trade deal, is what it sounds like. And he's going to let Chinese nationals go to Harvard and shit like that, and we'll get to educate the next little generation of commies. Yeah, that's one thing that the Ivy League does well. They do a good job of cranking out the next generation of communists. They're solid at that. Landers says China is our government's ally, just like Israel. It's only the American public that thinks differently. How's that make you feel? You're the enemy to your own government. It's a little fucked up, huh? I mean, you point out the truth. You're like, hey, China interfered in our election in 2020, and they may have actually compromised the integrity of it with mail-in ballots. Shut up! You're an insurrectionist. It's like, well, no, my country's election was fucked with. Clearly, I thought we were supposed to call that out. No, it's fine. Right? I am an enemy of my own state, apparently. Budman says, remember Louis C.K. asking Rumsfeld if he was a reptile on O&A? Rumsfeld never denied it. He was getting pissed. Anthony panicked. No, look, I love that clip. I think it's the funniest goddamn thing. Louis C.K. asking Donald Rumsfeld if he's a lizard. But, and I never thought I'd say this, but in Donald Rumsfeld's defense, what the fuck is he supposed to do when he's being asked if he's a lizard? Like, is he supposed to deny? You can't deny that you're a lizard. If you deny that you're a lizard, then they're going to go, oh, that was, did you see how he was holding his hand, though? Did you see his nose and all that when he was denying that he was a lizard? I'm not sure. I think that guy might be a lizard. There's no winning in the are you a lizard game. You don't win that one. Once you're asked if you're a lizard, you're fucked. That's it. Hey, man, are you a lizard? Well, I mean, that's a strange question. Nope, that's exactly what a lizard would say, bro. No, I'm totally not a lizard. Yeah, now I can't believe you. Your credibility's shot to shit. So, like, if you're Rumsfeld, you can't deny being a lizard. You're fucked. Let's go to, oh, God damn it. McBusted said, let's go to in the chat again. God damn, he's going to break me of this habit. Sam Show says you have no choice but to exterminate people who think they have divine right to your land. There's no reasoning with that. Yeah, like Hobo Chili Recipe just wrote in and said, Aaron, are you a lard ass? Now, if I say no, I'm not a lard ass, who's that going to help? If you know what Rumsfeld should have done? He should have said, oh, yeah, bro, I'm a lizard. I eat flies and shit. Yeah, I'm a lizard. Because then now you make Louis look like a dick. Like, hey, man, I just want to ask you, are you a lizard? Oh, yeah, totally. My eyes shift and everything. I'm a fucking reptilian from outer space. And then then Louis C.K. goes, oh, okay, cool. Well, nice talking to you then. But he did. He got him to squirm a little bit. You know what? Let's play a little bit of the Louis C.K. Are you a lizard thing because it is very funny. Louis C.K. lizard. Let's get the yeah, I think this is the super cut. Yeah, here's a 2-minute clip.
We got to go right to the phone.
Oh my God, turn that music down.
And welcome Donald Rumsfeld to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Sir?
Yes, indeed. How are you?
Very good. Welcome to the show, Mr. Rumsfeld.
Have you ever been interviewed where you got upset with how it went and then actually did anything to exact revenge on the person?
Never.
Why would he do that, Louis?
I don't know.
That's Louis C.K.
Because, you know, if you're a man of power, it's got to be an interesting thought at least.
No, got to expect people to come at you because in our wonderful country, everyone can have their own opinion.
I love in the video they're turning his eyes into lizard eyes. That's fun.
They can have intense opinions.
It's interesting, though, because there are people who think, I mean, here's a guy who met Eisenhower as a congressman and, you know, worked for Ford and Nixon and Reagan and both Bushes. And there's still those people out there that think, you know, Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney are actually lizards who, I mean, literally, there's people that think they're lizards from outer space.
Yeah, that's true.
Who eat human flesh. I don't know if anybody's ever asked you directly directly, sir, but are you a lizard? Are you actually? Can you just please give that a straight answer? Let him answer. Are you a lizard?
Here's the short answer. I'm in New York City. I walk down the street. People walk up, shake hands, stop me. They want an autograph.
He's a lizard.
Want to get a photograph with me. Go to eat last night at dinner, and Joyce and I were sitting there in the little Italian restaurant. and a man came up and said he'd like to buy my dinner, and I
You didn't answer the question.
He's not going to
I think you're
dignify.
hanging around with the wrong people.
He's not going to dignify an answer to "Are you a lizard, Louis?"
deflected.
Why not? Because he's not a lizard.
What is this story about getting somebody paid for your dinner? I would pay for a lizard's dinner.
I think I understood the fact that there are people out there that appreciate what he's done as a leader. And
there's plenty of evidence that this guy is a well-decorated and appreciated American. And he has more credibility than almost anybody.
Exactly.
But I just want to know if he's a lizard.
He's not a lizard. Stop. And by the way, this went on the entire interview. Like, Donald Rumsfeld stayed on the phone for like an hour. And in between questions, Louis C.K. would pepper in, it would get weirder and weirder. He'd go, I just want to know if he's a lizard that eats Mexican babies. Or, is he a lizard who eats people? And Donald Rumsfeld would continue to not answer. Ablo Pacheco says, dude could have just said no. Okay. But then Donald Rumsfeld says no. Now the news the next day is Donald Rumsfeld denies being an alien lizard. I don't know if that's a win. Again, I think the only way you can actually diffuse that is to go, yeah, totally, dude. I'm a lizard. I'm a lizard. And I'm from outer space and I eat Mexican babies. Donald Rumsfeld probably can't say I eat Mexican babies. That one's actually believable. But I think the only way you can really stuff that question is to say, yep, totally. Big time lizard. But see, now people on our chat are saying short answer is yes or no. Hobo says I shook Dick Cheney's hand and I got a creepy feeling. Yeah. I mean, is he a lizard? He left it open, right? He left open the lizard question. $65 away from today. We've pretty much had a goal-free week, so let's shut her down and call it a win. And then since we have no goal tonight, tomorrow will be our only goal that we have for the week once we knock out this $65. Thank you guys again for your incredible support this week. All right, so we found out that the Chinese government was involved in the 2020 election, and they were, if they got caught sending 20,000 fake documents to get people to vote, that a lot more got to their destination. Approachable says, at a comedy show, I shook Aaron's hand and it was kind of clammy. Aaron, are you a clammy homosexual? You know what? Now I see why Donald Rumsfeld had such a tough time with this question. If I sarcastically answer in the affirmative, then they go, oh, he's gay. But if I go, no, I'm not a clammy homosexual, it's like, what a ridiculous, silly thing to respond to. I see. It is. It's a definite gotcha. There's no doubt about it. Sheriff Wayne Ivey in, what is he? He's not Polk County. That's Grady Judd. But Brevard County. Sheriff Wayne Ivey has gotten into it with Lizzo. It's a fucking mad world we live in right now. But Wayne Ivey is he's beefing with Lizzo over police brutality claims. Now, I don't know why Wayne Ivey would get pissed at a famous person saying that Wayne Ivey is into police brutality, because we've seen Wayne Ivey in press conferences. He gets rock hard when he talks about cops being able to shoot people. Right? I mean, that's part of the reason why we all like Wayne Ivey. Because Wayne Ivey's like, you throw a cinder block at a cop, we're going to tell your family where they can pick up your fucking remains. And we're like, holy shit, this guy, he's the real deal. This Wayne Ivey's the shit. We like him. But then Lizzo, I guess, came out and posted accusations and said she was appalled that law enforcement officials would threaten to stamp out the constitutional rights to free speech in the United States. Now, Lizzo accused Wayne Ivey of threatening to kill peaceful protesters. Now, Wayne Ivey never threatened to kill peaceful protesters. He clearly said, if you attack a cop or you throw a Molotov cocktail or you're throwing rocks at people, you will be shot. Meaning if you're committing violence and threatening the lives and safety of other people, the cops will shoot you. And we will tell your family members where they can pick up your remains. That's what he said. He never said he was going to shoot peaceful protesters. In fact, and I can't believe that we've gotten so stupid or just so dishonest that we've just completely fucked up the definition of peaceful A peaceful protester is someone who's holding a sign, chanting, and marching. That's a peaceful protester. A peaceful protester does not block the highway. A peaceful protester does not throw shit. A peaceful protester does not light off firecrackers and shit. Like, peaceful means peaceful. You're not doing anything aggressive. You're not doing anything to interrupt or interfere with other people. So this idea that someone says, hey, if you throw a Molotov cocktail, the cops are going to shoot you. Okay, he in no way did he threaten a peaceful protester. If he would have said, if you show up to our city and you hold signs and chant, we'll mow you down, then yeah, that would be harming a peaceful protester. So Lizzo said, I just watched a video of law enforcement saying they would kill anyone who exercises their First Amendment rights to protest. Now, she's talking about the Wayne Ivey video that we watched. That's not what he said. That is complete bullshit. And I've never seen anything more unconstitutional in my life. It was actually appalling, she said in the video on Instagram. This is why people say celebrities should keep their fucking mouths shut, because it's just, you open up your mouth, diarrhea comes out, stupid words come out, you don't make any sense. And the problem is you have a lot of really stupid fans who buy your bullshit, and they're going to go, oh no, that guy totally did then. That's how people go to, oh yeah, the cops are killing us. Oh yeah, we're unarmed and we're unviolent and the cops are just killing us. And it's like, meanwhile, if you hadn't listened to Lizzo and you just would have researched the story and watched a body cam, you would have saw that the guy was charging at police, or he had a knife, or he had a gun, or something like that. But these shithead, dog-brained celebrities get up there and they're like, oh, here's what happened, guys, and you can totally trust me because I put it on my Instagram. And then that's all people need to know. That's all they want to hear. So they stop researching right there and they just believe that shit. I want to encourage everybody to remember their constitutional rights, Lizzo added. I want to encourage everybody to also protect each other, because the people that we put in position to protect us are not doing that. Know your rights and stand on them. So she was referring to Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey, who warned protesters to avoid criminal behavior or face the consequences, saying, quote, if you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and then jail. You don't have a First Amendment right to spit on somebody. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and then to jail, and most likely getting bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have, Ivey said. Again, you don't have a First Amendment right to hit anybody. Ivey did threaten to use lethal force against protesters, but he specifically said that about anyone who uses extreme violence. He says, throw a brick, firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies. We will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. Now, Lizzo either has to have not watched the clip or she has to be remarkably dishonest if she's taking the position that what Wayne Ivey is actually saying there is that we're going to kill peaceful protesters exercising their First Amendment rights. So, after hearing about her post, Ivey responded to Jefferson's post. Well, that's her real name. What is it? LaQuinta Jefferson or whatever. Lizzo's real name is Melissa Vivian Jefferson. Aw, that's cute. So, Ivey responds. I just lost my spot here because I had to go get her. There we go. Responded to Lizzo's post and excoriated her for misconstruing his comments while confirming that he's not a fan of her music. Her music is fucking awful, by the way. Her voice is whingy and awful. Her music is it's just that overconfident fat girl, you know, like who really hates herself but is really projecting the positivity. Lizzo, who, he said to Fox News Digital, until earlier tonight, I had never heard of her. So what she thinks matters exactly zero to me. She clearly didn't listen to what was actually said during the press conference, as is evidenced by how inaccurate her quote is. The post from Lizzo to her 11 million followers on Instagram garnered nearly 75,000 likes. At no time were peaceful people exercising their First Amendment rights threatened, as what was actually said was that peaceful protests are part of our democracy and we will provide a safe environment for peaceful protests to take place. He did say that. That was a direct quote. My warnings were directed at violent protesters whose actions would put citizens and law enforcement officers' lives at risk. And that's where the back and forth ended. Lizzo also, I have to point out, she's one of those people who like lost a bunch of weight but is still fat. That's remarkable. Like she did, and good for her, by the way, good for her losing a ton of weight. That's really, really good. But at the same time, like Lizzo, but she's doing that thing where she lost a little weight. So now she's like putting on a two-piece and doing twerk videos. And it's like, no. You're still shaking. You're still, you know, jubbling all over. You're jubbling in Dublin. This is not okay. You're not there yet. Congratulations. We're glad you're backing into a new wardrobe. I think that's awesome. But that's not your video yet. You can fucking take it easy. Oh, speaking of celebrities looking better, did you see my girl Demi is back to like hottest girl in the world territory? I saw her somewhere here. She got married, which is, of course, very, very sad. Very sad that Demi got married. I hope she's happy and she's off the heroin, you know, my girl Demi Lovato. But it was, I saw it. I think I saw it on TMZ's Twitter. Demi's looking good, man. Just type in Demi Lovato. Shares picture. Yeah. I mean, dude, my girl looks good. I was worried for a while there, man, when she got out of her latest like OD episode and everything, and she got all chubby and lesbianic, and she was non-binary and everything else. She worried us, but goddamn, did she bounce back nice. Look at her. She's a goddamn catch. God bless Demi Lovato. Good for her. I hope her marriage fails. But like other than that, yeah, I personally don't think it's going to work out, but I'm pulling for you, Rube. Let's go to the text. There we are again. Hopefully Demi can both stay married and off drugs, unlike most of the people in your life the past year. Okay. I walked right into that one, didn't I? That was a goddamn good line. Well, you know, be nice to April. She accomplished one of those things. She didn't stay, she didn't stay married. she didn't stay off drugs. I mean, she just, was firing those whippets. God, that's so sad. Just sitting in a house by yourself. Just a forgotten side piece of a guy whose house is in fucking foreclosure and he's hooked on whippets and he's teaching you how to do whippets. Like, here's how you get high while you're by yourself with no internet access, and I go off and just do. Oh, no, but I'm totally going to run away with you. Totally going to run away. Oh, yeah, 100%. Oof. What a miserable, sad fuck existence. But, however, 100% deserved. Nobody should feel bad for that person. This is a bad, nasty, manipulative person. They did all of these nasty, terrible things. They tried to wreck multiple homes. This is a bad, bad, bad egg. And they never really got what they deserved. You know, they kind of skated. They kind of went scot-free, if you think about it. I mean, they are as lucky gets. Can do coke or meth or whippets or whatever they want to do. and really received zero punishment for any of their bad behavior. Lucky devil, if you ask me. Let's go to, there we go. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, Aaron, do you have HIV, AIDS, or any incurable STD from your well-documented sodomite behaviors? I don't have well-documented sodomite behaviors. How dare you? Hulkamash with $1 says, your girl Demi, you really have a thing for drug addicts, huh? God damn it. I walked right into that too. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, speaking of slatternly women, did you see my DM of Bonnie Blue being a man? Yeah, I did see that. I've seen a bunch of people. I saw a bunch of people posting that. I don't think Bonnie Blue's actually a dude. I think thousands of men would have found out by now. I think they would have been like, yo, man, there's dick down there. That's fucked up. So no, I don't think Bonnie Blue is a guy. I think she's a hoe, but I don't think she's a guy. Northside CA says, Nick not understanding whippets gives you brain damage is one of the most hilarious, sad crash outs ever. Well, yeah, and he's brain damaged from it. So, it's kind of a catch-22. Of course, he's not going to recognize that it gives you brain damage. He's brain damaged. I mean, not only from years of daily, constant, heavy cocaine and alcohol use and ketamine and all these other things and Molly. And, Molly can fuck up your brain real bad. But then the whippets, holy shit. He's got clear brain damage, low ability to regulate his emotions, bad decision-making, constantly humiliating himself. He's got brain damage, and unfortunately, when you have brain damage, you can't understand that you have brain damage, which leads to more of the brain-damaged behaviors. So, but again, someone who 1,000% is getting what they deserve. Bapa Shab says, this is the show equivalent of doing whippets. You're saying I'm a head rush. I appreciate it. Man. I just hope Demi Lovato's got it together. She's looking fantastic. I just hope she's off the junk. That's all. I just hope that old Demi's off the junk. All right, let's open up our 7 o'clock hour stories here at 8 o'clock. And while we do that, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care, they can pick up anything you need, motorcycles, SUVs, heavy-duty equipment, and everything in between. With All Care Towing, they got trucks and wreckers waiting for you in case you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, you lock your keys in your car, you get a flat tire, and you lose your lug nut key. They've got you at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. Put that number in your phone so you've got it when you need it. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Tomorrow night is bike night at Stoney's. So enjoy yourself. Stoney's Bar has live music every single weekend. And July 26th, it's the Steel Toe 11th anniversary party at Stoney's all day long. $20 gets you tickets to the comedy show. Or if you're a VIP, send me an email, aaronimholtradio@gmail.com, and claim your 2 free tickets. We got a lot of people doing that already. We got a lot of tickets purchased already. We're looking good for that anniversary show. $20 gets you everything. The comedy show, entry into the cornhole tournament if you want, the karaoke afterwards, the whole day. 2 o'clock onward. Me, Johnny, Keanu, Gino, Roots Calhoun. We got a live performance for you there. It's going to be great. Go to eventbrite.com, get your tickets. That's day 1. Day 2 on Sunday at Wapakata Golf Club is the first ever Steel Toe Golf Tournament, and this is going great. I'm so excited. We have multiple hole sponsors already. If you'd like to sponsor a hole for our, stop laughing, for our golf tournament, send me an email, aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. We'll get you hooked up with signage and everything else and a couple of free passes into the tournament. But go to eventbrite.com, purchase your tickets, purchase your foursomes tickets all at once, and then we'll make sure you're guaranteed to be together. If the 4 of you buy separate individual tickets, please let me know, and we can get you grouped in. That's eventbrite.com, the Steel Toe Morning Show 11th anniversary party, and day 1 will be at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, do you think men lining up to run a train on Bonnie care if it's a real or a trans axe wound? I'm just saying they would notice and somebody would have said something by now. That's all. Zen Man Builds with $1 says, have Kiki's holes been sponsored yet? I think Kiki doesn't have holes at the tournament. And I think that's what you mean is golf holes. Because you wouldn't be being disgusting. That doesn't sound like you. So no. $60 away from being goal free for the rest of the show. Thank you very, very much again for your contributions. Ryan the Garbage Man says, did you have any STDs from your undocumented sodomite behavior? No, I have no STDs. I am a clean boy. A clean boy. Landers says they signed NDAs to plow transgender Bonnie Blue. Why can't, like, this is America. America needs a big story, right? Why can't it just be that she's a hoe? Isn't that story enough that Bonnie Blue's a hoe? Like, apparently they found some kid who looks like a male version of Bonnie Blue, so they're like, oh shit, Bonnie Blue's not actually a chick. Bonnie Blue's a dude. Where's the, here's the link.
Bonnie Blue was actually a man, someone called Kyle Butler.
Shout out to Kyle.
Born in 1985. Kyle Butler had to change when he was 13.
1985, he was 13 years old. The math ain't mathin'. Bonnie Blue is what, 25, 26? I'm sorry, but that's not okay. So, like, everyone who's like a sibling, are they a trans person? I'm sorry, guys.
And then became.
The fucking hairlines aren't even the same. Hers kind of goes up like this. His is straight across. They don't even have the same facial features. Come on, this is lazy.
Bonnie Blue.
This would be the biggest plot twists of all time.
Think how great it would be, man, if he was a dude. All those people that have queued up to be with him.
If they were having sex with a trans vagina, they would know. They would know and they would have said something. I don't like conspiracy theories like this because the real story is good. Like, I like a conspiracy theory when the real story is lame as fuck, you know? When it's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. There's got to be an alternate explanation, you know? Like, Israel's bombing Iran. Well, it's because we think they're getting a nuke within a year. Yeah, but you've been saying that for 30 years. It's got to be something else. But, like, what about Bonnie Blue as a hoe who's insatiable and just takes mountains of dicks? All right, that's believable. I'd buy that. Why does she look so shot out? You'd be shot out if you were taking thousands of dicks too. All right, fair. That checks out. That's what we're going with. But, I mean, she's a guy? I don't know. I think we're reaching on that one. Historically White says that's a rough 26. No, I know. It's a rough 26. But again, she's been run through. She's been plowed out. Someone who's plowed out is going to be a little older looking. It takes a toll. Budman, of course. Bonnie Blue. She needed the money. Of course. Northside CA says maybe the first 10 would know, but would 10 on know? They're not, like, from what I've heard. Again, what I've heard. Trans vaginas, they don't lubricate. They don't do, you would, guys, again, it's not, it's for show. You would know. You would know. Let's go. I didn't say let's go. Nope, I'm not saying it. Lander says she isn't 26. That bitch is more like 37 or 40. I'm sure it's documented that she's 26. I'm sure there's documents showing she's 26. She's a shot out 26-year-old from being a fucking cum dumpster. That's what it is. Rocco says Aaron has definitely been a masked simp getting in that. I've never been in a Bonnie Blue video. Never once been in a Bonnie Blue video. I will tell you that right now. Historically White says 100 dudes in a day is crazier than Bonnie being a man. Yes. Hulkamasha Baby says, you're a rough 40. Have you been plowed out? First of all, I look fantastic for 38. I'm a handsome gentleman. I'm a handsome boy. How dare you even say anything close to otherwise, you piece of shit. $60 away from this morning. Let's finish it up. Call it a win for the toe. And then we've only got one goal left for the week. Very excited. Hey, do you remember a couple weeks ago when ICE agents showed up in Minneapolis and federal agents were there with them? And it was, oh my God, shit's going down. There's an immigration raid going on in Minneapolis right now. And everyone thought, holy shit, this is, and there were protests and there were people in the street and they're putting their hands on the federal agents and the federal agents were throwing them to the ground. And then we found out that it wasn't an ICE immigration raid at all. They were getting 900 pounds of meth off the street. They raided a business and found Scarface posters, of course, and 900 pounds of methamphetamine. And that, to me, that's a big win for the ICE, right? Well, Minnesota looks like the state that protests getting 900 pounds of meth off the streets. Well, it happened again, this time in Tucson, Arizona. Protesters mobilized and tried to keep a warrant from federal troops or federal authorities from being served. And the task force had to call in the police department for crowd control. The problem is it wasn't an immigration raid. They confiscated 120 pounds of fentanyl. Holy shit. How many people can a pound of fentanyl kill? Facts about fentanyl. Agents find enough fentanyl to kill 200,000 people. How much would that have been? 1.27 pounds of fentanyl. So 1 pound of fentanyl is about enough to kill 200,000 people. Holy shit. So they had enough fentanyl to kill millions of people. This should be considered like possessing a nuke or anthrax. This should be considered like terrorism, chemical warfare, weapons of mass destruction. 120 pounds of fent, 20 pounds of meth, 35 pounds of cocaine, 4 firearms, and a former cartel member in a pear tree who was running the show. So all these people gathered, and as they gathered, they're protesting, they're yelling, they're spitting at the cops, whatever it is they do. And here all these people are trying to do is get fentanyl off the fucking streets. Guys, great job. So all of these ICE raids getting illegal criminals off the streets have now driven people so crazy that they're now protesting anytime they see federal agents, which kind of based, I'll be honest, but like not when they're trying to get hundreds of pounds of fentanyl out of your neighborhood. I mean, I have a hard time buying that those are the bad guys. Yeah, like how many pounds of fentanyl can you own before we start considering it terrorism? If 1.5 pounds can kill 200,000 people, then 120 pounds is like, that's billions. Hold on a minute. I have to do math, and I hate doing that. 200,000 times 120. That's enough fentanyl to kill 24 million people. Dude, I think that's the size of the state of New York. How many people live in New York? Not NYC, New York proper. Oh shit, only 8.25 million. So that's way more. How many people live in Florida? 23.37 million people. So yeah, you're wiping out the population of Florida with that much fentanyl. Boy, think of the Lebensraum though. Oh man. Landers says, Aaron, who do you think allows the drugs into the country? That's right, big boy, the American government. Well, yeah, no shit. Remember the first days of the Trump administration when they declared the cartels to be a terrorist organization? We're like, oh, fuck. They're going to send the Marines after the cartel. Sinaloa's going to get taken out by Navy SEALs and all that. Nope. Just another thing that never happened. By the way, I saw this number today. I'm not sure if it was true. I'd have to check on it, but I saw it this morning before the show started that we had 0 illegal immigrants released into the United States last month. That can't be true. Not one? That's banana. I guess if the Trump administration's policy is, if we catch you at the border and you're illegal, we don't catch and release. We just turn you back. We send you back. I suppose that would be a believable number then. But yeah, ICE says the number is 0 for May. I'm sorry to be shocked. It's just that it's the Trump administration keeping one of their campaign promises. We really don't see a lot of that anymore. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, I'm just so happy the war on drugs has been going so well after all these years. Yeah, they're really fucking crushing it in that war on drugs. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf. $55 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. This is Sheriff Ross Teeple of Pinal County, where the raid took place, kind of fucking on the protesters.
Hey, everyone. Yesterday, my detectives were serving a search warrant on a cartel member where they took all of this drugs off the streets. We've got fentanyl pills. We've got cocaine. We got methamphetamines. We got guns seized from this cartel member.
Somewhere in Spicer, a man is crying. This is very, very sad. Very, very sad indeed. But it's amazing that this immigration thing has made one side of our political divide so crazy that they're unironically sticking up for cartel members.
Here's the crazy part. Some idiots thinking it was an ICE raid came down in protest.
Go home and tell your families what you do for a living.
All right, fine. Here's what I'll tell my family. What I do for a living is keep your fucking family alive. How's that? I just grabbed 100. You know what they should have done? They should have just held the fucking fentanyl right in front of these people's faces and goes, what am I doing today? What am I doing? Making sure your fucking kids, single mom, don't get into this shit and fucking die. I'm doing more for your children than you are. Go home.
Hey, go home. ICE cops have got to go.
You want to protest this not getting off the streets? That's insane.
Yeah, it's a bad look. But they don't care. They don't give a shit. It's a terrible look. They don't, and they're never ashamed of it. Like, you couldn't bring one of these people in front of like a Tucker Carlson and have them sit down for an interview and have Tucker go like, hey, are you ashamed that you showed up and you protested like a bunch of meth, cocaine, and fentanyl being off your streets? And they're like, no, because we are so hyper vigilant in the fight against ICE deporting undocumented immigrants that even if we have a few misses, it's okay. Like, they'd rationalize it. They would. They'd justify it.
Stay out of Pinal County if you're going to commit crime. And I really want to thank my anti-smuggling unit for this long investigation. This was over a half a year.
That'd be funny if he pulled out the knife and went, oh, yep, it's the pure stuff. We definitely got to get that off the streets.
Investigation where they've got 32 pounds of cocaine off the street and 22 pounds of methamphetamines off the street, to include the fentanyl pills. Thanks, guys. You're doing a great job keeping the county safe. Hey, everyone.
Yeah. But to the rest of you that thought that we were there rounding up illegals and deporting them, what the fuck of it?
Yesterday, my detectives...
Oh, that's okay. Then they just loop it. All right. Well, good for him. And yeah, it is embarrassing. And yes, these people should have their faces rubbed in it. The only problem is it's not going to teach them anything. Like, they're not, like I said, they're not going to go, ooh, you know what? That was a bad look. We should be ashamed. Our bad. Potato Head Case says, I'm sure they do want to protest that being taken off the streets. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe they're like, hey, we needed that coke, Karen. They never would have found it. 09 Canyon says they only traffic drugs because they can't get a legal job in the United States. They would. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, they would have some kind of coping answer as to what, because they can't just go, oops, fuck that up. That was a bad look. Nicole says, wait, Johnny's dead. No, Johnny is not dead. Johnny is fine. He is alive and well. He'll be doing a show at 1 o'clock today. He does not work Wednesdays. Johnny is fine. He's not dead. Sam Show says, without the Fent, how the fuck are they going to pay MS-13? Well, time to chop up some family members. Yeah, you better be begging for a jail cell if you're one of the people who got involved in that drug bust. You don't want to be left out on the streets because, boy, you fucked up. And the cartel does not treat fuck-ups like, your 9-to-5 job does. I mean, unless you've seen your boss behead someone, castrate them, and then shove their cock and balls in their mouth. I mean, then in that case, yes, then your work is exactly like the cartels. Bigot on socialist media says Johnny probably rolling out of bed and packing his bong right now. He does smoke a lot of weed. And we caught that yesterday. We were like, hey, you're falling apart on me a little bit here. He's like, yeah, I can do another 20 minutes. I got 20 minutes in me. I'm like, yeah, you're slowing down, my man. Nicole says, why can't MS-13 get Ethan Ralph? Why? He spends all his disposable income on their, knockoff Xanax. He's one of their best customers. Why would the cartels want him? Be nice to Ralph. He got fucking destroyed by Gino Bisconti yesterday. It was brutal. What do you guys know about this call her daddy Boston University allegations? This is wild. I saw Carl trying to grift off of this the other day. Someone tweeted out a link of Carl grifting on the Carl's like a nerdy chess kid, and like he tries to be more than that, and it's just really Carl's embarrassing. Carl's a dork who wants to be more, and you know a lot of them in your life. But he was trying to be like, yeah, Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy, she's full of shit, and her sexual harassment claims are horse shit, and blah blah blah. He wants to make a video like podcaster calls out Call Her Daddy. Like he wants to glob on to the bigger show to try and be like, yeah, I'm a rugged commentator. It's like you're not. You're the Opie of your own show. You bring funnier people on and you let them make fun of clips. But, and like Opie, you're very insecure about that. It's funny how Carl wanted Anthony's attention so bad, but he's exactly like Opie. I find that kind of fun. So this Alex from Call Her Daddy says that her former Boston University women's soccer coach sexually harassed her in this new Hulu documentary. Now, it's funny because Carl will clutch his pearls for April because he has to sweep for Nick because they're Dick Masterson babies. But he'll clutch his pearls and, oh my God. And he'll go after Keanu. He'll be part of the 5-on-1 on Keanu where they're bringing up Keanu's abuse and laughing at that. And, Carl's such a chicken shit. I actually think he might be the worst in that whole thing. And that's okay. Like Gino and Keanu and I disagree on this, and that's totally fine. But, Carl's thing on that, he was like the Nazi just following orders at the death camp. While they're all laughing at Keanu about her domestic abuse, Carl's just sitting there, not calling out that this is wrong, not stepping in and going, guys, that's not cool. Just because she's serving you up right now doesn't mean you got to try and make her cry over her domestic abuse. Like, Carl just sat there. He was clearly Team Melton. He was not Team Keanu. He chose a side. His silence spoke volumes. But now all of a sudden, when it's this Call Her Daddy thing, oh, that's bullshit. This woman's lying and everything else. It's odd when he, decides to clutch his pearls and, his pussy itches. And then sometimes when he decides he's going to grow little baby nuts, But this is a very interesting thing. I mean, this Call Her Daddy podcast is huge. I think, didn't they sign a deal with Barstool? So this Alex Cooper alleges that Nancy Feldman, the former soccer coach at Boston University, sexually harassed her in this new Hulu docuseries, Call Her Alex. The outlet reportedly obtained the letter, which had 99 former Terrier athlete signatures from a representative of soccer alumni speaking in support of the coach. So 99 people signed a letter supporting the coach and basically saying this Alex is lying. Now, this is very strange because just because it happened to you or didn't happen to you doesn't mean it didn't happen to somebody else. And I think a lot of times, especially in the last 15 years or so, I feel like sexual harassment has been kind of moved into the eye of the person experiencing it. Like, there used to be this thing where sexual harassment was like, hey, baby, come here. Let me smell where you sit. It's just like really aggressive, creepy behavior. And so the person who was sexually harassing someone was a piece of shit, clearly. Now the definitions have morphed into someone can be sexually harassing someone, not have any ill intent, and not even know they're doing it. But if the person feels uncomfortable, technically that's sexual harassment, if you don't stop. So I'm not sure. The accusations themselves are very vague. The support that people are coming out with for this coach is very vague. It's the very definition of a she said, she said. Now, while the letter stated that they do not look to diminish or discredit anyone's individual experience, they felt it was necessary to share their own perspectives as a united group. Per TMZ, with the alumni saying they categorically never felt unsafe under the coach's leadership. The letter allegedly added, "We were never at risk of or witness to inappropriate behavior or anything that could be characterized as sexual harassment. As a leader, she approached every day with professionalism, making decisions in service of the success of the team." In conclusion, the letter, which has reportedly featured alums from several decades, went on to say that Feldman's influence didn't stop after their college careers ended, noting that she has remained an important part of our lives and we shall stand by her. Now, this is, fascinating because, Joe Paterno had a lot of people speaking out in favor of him when he was covering up for Sandusky's crimes against children. People are like, Joe Paterno's great. No, Joe Paterno didn't do anything wrong. This is a Sandusky thing. And it's like, well, we have a lot of evidence that Joe was told about this, that this Mike McQueary guy, he went to Joe Paterno and Joe Paterno didn't want to hear it and everything else. It's like that level of that's complicity right there. So just because someone has a shitload of support doesn't mean that they're telling the truth. And likewise, just because this Alex Cooper says this happened doesn't mean that this Feldman is guilty of it. That's the problem with people coming out years and years later after the fact is it's kind of unfair because you're like, all right, now we have nothing but both of your stories. And a shitload of people say this coach is good people. And a shitload of people say that you're a victim and we should believe you. You see where these two things are at loggerheads, and it's hard to try and judge, who we should side with. Nancy Feldman was someone I trusted, someone I believed in, someone who was supposed to help me grow, someone who was supposed to protect me. But instead, she made my life a living hell and abused her power over me. She stripped me of my identity and took away what I had worked my entire life for because she didn't control herself. This defined my life for a decade and impacted her life zero. I reported the abuse to the athletic director and I was turned away and ignored. I always think when stories like this come out, it's like, okay, why would she make this up? Why would she's got an amazingly successful podcast. She's incredibly relevant in that whole podcast space. What does she stand to gain to make this up? They were already making a documentary about her. She didn't need to, sex it up or spice it up at all. So why would she lie about this? But then on the other hand, with this coach, you have people going, this is unfair. This isn't right. This isn't okay. She's good. I love her. She's amazing. Hard to tell who to believe at that point. I pretty much always assume that women are crazy, says Mecca Jones. Well, they're both women in this case. McBuster says this is Amber Heard law. Okay, so you think she's lying. All right. I don't know. I don't know what reason this chick would have to lie. Now, also, I don't understand. Like, I don't know her show, and I've never watched her show, so maybe she is kind of like an attention seeker or anything like that. But I don't know. This just seems like a really weird thing to. If she is making it up, she's psychotic. She's crazy. But I just don't know why you would make this up. Plus, the definition of sexual harassment now, this coach could have been doing something that she thought was totally fine, but you made the player uncomfortable. You didn't make them feel good, and that can be construed as sexual harassment. Approachable says, oh, holy shit. Oh, this is funny. He goes, I just realized you're Opie. You bring on other people who are funny. No, I don't. And get real popular. Then try going on your own show, and it starts going downhill from there. Now, first of all, when have I ever brought anyone funny on this show? Thank you very much. If anything, I have a sterling reputation of bringing nothing but unfunny people onto this program. Sam Show even says, approachable, when was the last time this gay F word has brought on a guest that was funny? Exactly. About $50 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Knock it out. We've had very few goals so far this week. All right, I'm going to do a quick bathroom. And then after I'm done doing that quick bathroom, we're going to do, we have the Diddy trial stuff. We also have a woman who staged a marriage without their partner's consent. I don't even know how the hell you would do that. And also explosives and ammunition found in the home of someone who was at the No Kings protest this weekend. So we got a lot of stuff still to go on today's show. It's going great. Thank you guys so much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate your generosity and your kindness. More in a moment here on The Toe. Just in time. There we go. Oh, just a shade under 2 minutes. Boys and girls. I come right back to the chat. I did not get butt naked to pee. A guy goes to pee, washes his hands, gets back in under 2 minutes. That's a perfectly reasonable pee. This is not a controversial pee that I took. It's under 2 minutes. walk to the bathroom, pee, wash hands, get back. There's no controversy here. Oh, Sam Show says, how'd your piss smell? No, it's no bad blood sugar today. No bad blood sugar. Landers says 2 minutes. No, that's sitting down time. It's not. It was not sit down pee. King Kong Dong says, guys, he is diabetic too. He takes his clothes off to shit. I don't. I mean, that one, yes. But I'm not diabetic. Everything was fine. The blood sugar's good today. My urine was urine. You know what this is? You guys are dealing in rumors now. And it's disgusting. Mr. Beat says, your shirt's on backwards. I don't fall for a banana in a tailpipe, my friend. All right, about $50 away from today's goal. Help us out. Knock it out. We had like no goal today. We've had no goals all week. $100 was our number. And we'll finish that off just, a couple bucks at a time. Won't take much. The evening show's already done for the week. Last night was insane. I think we made like $400 in 15 minutes. And I'm like, I was so tempted to take tonight off, but I'm like, God, that's a chicken shit move. Plus, if I do a show tonight, we can put it towards tomorrow morning, and then goal-free week continues. That's kind of nice. Don't be a lazy fucker now. We got some really, really deeply troubling shit coming out of the Diddy trial. It's more freak off. It's more baby oil. It's how much money they were spending on fucking and sucking and snorting and shitting. This is not just let's convict P. Diddy of these crimes. This is let's humiliate, let's decimate, let's discredit anything P. Diddy says after we convict him and throw him in prison. Because like I said, Diddy was made to be the new Epstein. Diddy knows all the names. So it's not enough that the prosecution simply convicts Diddy. They have to completely decimate him to the point where nobody's going to believe anything he says in case he speaks out. Because he knows the executives. He knows all the famous people. He knows all the movers and shakers that were at those parties. And I believe that he was about to talk. I believe that he did what every pawn in a game does when they get to this high of a level. They start to think that they hold cards. They start to think that they've got power and they're a bigger piece than they actually are. And Diddy said, oh yeah? Well, I'll fucking burn this whole thing down and I'll talk about who's been at these freak-offs over the last decade and a half. And that's when they hit the red button and they said, you know what? We got to roll on Diddy. We got to go get him. And go get him they did. And they found all the baby oil and all the stuff for the party. So they were still having the parties. But as soon as Diddy said that he was going to turn on his benefactors, they went, all right, this guy's starting to think who the fuck he is. We got to go get him. Well, now, once he's in prison, other than killing him and his whole family, they really have nothing else to threaten him with. So he might talk. So in this trial with Diddy, they got to do more than, like I said, do more than just convict him. They have to obliterate this man's credibility. That brings us to yesterday's trial. It's 25 days long so far. They're still beating the shit out of him. It's completely unnecessary to get a conviction, but completely necessary in order to destroy the man.
Hey everyone, Charles here, and welcome to the home stretch of Diddy's trial.
Is it the home stretch?
Day 25. I say the home stretch because for the prosecution, it is a home stretch.
Okay, so we're not in the home stretch of the trial. We're almost halfway done. We're in the home stretch of the first half. So basically, there's like 4.5 minutes left in the second quarter. So we ain't in the home stretch of shit.
They're about to wrap up their case, and then the defense will get to make their case. But today went, it was a little...
And Diddy's defense is going to walk up and they're going to go, this is Chewbacca. Chewbacca is a Wookiee from Kashyyyk. But Chewbacca lives on the planet Endor with a bunch of little Ewoks. Now that don't make sense. Why would Chewbacca, a Wookiee from Kashyyyk, live with a bunch of little fuzzy Ewoks on Endor? That don't make sense. This whole trial don't make sense. Why am I talking about Chewbacca or Wookiee when we talking about a trial? It don't make sense.
Strange. What we were really expecting today was Brendan Paul, the former assistant to Diddy. He's the guy who was arrested during the raids in Miami that pulled him off Diddy's private jet.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Everyone that they've arrested on Team Diddy just seems like they've flipped. Everybody they've picked up on Team Diddy is like, oh yeah, he was a piece of shit, 100%, totally, yeah, total scumbag. Whoa. Is this true? Hold on, guys. I don't know if I have. Give me a second here. We'll get back to this Diddy thing in just a second. I'm going to make a call here on the show. We may have some breaking news. This is... Oh, shit. Let me try that again here. I'll cue you in just a second. I just don't want to say anything that's not true.
Your call has been forwarded.
Shoot. I was trying to call Stevie Lou. Let me maybe there's one other person I could call who would know something. Again, I'm sorry guys. I'm not trying to do the teasing thing or anything like that. I just don't want to irresponsibly say something and it turns out not to be true. I just read something on Twitter a second ago. You might not think it's big news, but I've been on a couple shows with somebody, and this would be kind of a wild deal, at least to me. Why don't the Biscontis get out of bed before 10 o'clock? It's fucking insane. No, but none of these New York fuckers get out of bed. They're an hour ahead of us.
Your call.
And they never get out of bed. Okay, well, I was trying to call Stevie Lou, and then I was trying to call Geno. Ski Mask is dead. That's the big rumor. Is that if you remember Ski Mask, he and Jim Stansel used to do shows together. That sucks. I know that Ski Mask had some problems with alcohol and shit like that, but I haven't read anything. The only thing I've done is read tweets about it. I believe, here we go. Chad Buzamak has some stuff on it. Breaking news from 9 minutes ago. That Chad Zumock announced on his show Ski Mask has passed away, and Chad is trying to grift off of his passing. Stevie Lou calls out his bullshit. Chad, you're lying. You threatening to dox his girlfriend. Oh, shit. Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah, so it does look like Ski Mask passed away. That's very, very sad. I don't know if it. I don't know why. I don't know how. Literally, all I've done is read that he passed away. I know that the guy had he had his issues. Like, he talked about his struggles with alcohol and shit like that. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but usually a guy his age passes away. It's, you try not to think the worst, but. Not a lot of guys his age, die of old age. Papa Shab says, imagine dying and never having to hear the word Dabbleverse again. I mean, that's a fair point. Dead Game says Zumach will grift off anything. Well, I don't know. Look, Chad Buzumach hates Chad Zumach's guts. That's not a guarantee that Chad Zumach is grifting off of Ski Mask's death. I mean, just because Chad Buzumach says that's what Chad's doing, I mean, that's like Israel saying Iran has nukes. You know, they don't exactly like each other. Yeah, that's wow. That sucks, man. That's shitty. Rest in peace to Ski Mask, and all comforts and condolences to his family, I suppose. That's all we know at this moment. All right. Well, I mean, we'll go back to the Diddy stuff. This is always the hardest part. Like, somebody dies and you go, all right, fuck it, back to the thing. But let's get back to the thing. We don't want today to be a bummer. And, you know, I kind of knew Ski Mask on the peripheral. You know, I'd been on a show or two with him. I think I was on his MLC wrap-up show and his sports show one time. I think I was on MLC with him once. That's about it. But he always seemed like a decent enough guy.
Well, he was supposed to testify.
Not Ski Mask. This was the Diddy trial. The Diddy guys testifying.
And did come into court at the beginning of the day, pled the fifth.
Hold on. Wait a fucking minute. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Oh, please let it be.
Well, he was supposed to testify and did come into court at the beginning.
It's fucking TMZ. It wouldn't happen unless God wants smoke detectors to fail around black people. TMZ is not a place. It's not a fucking, you know, hood rat apartment in the south side of Chicago. It's not a dump in Detroit. It's the TMZ offices. God is a racist at this. If a black man is talking, God kills a smoke detector battery. Go back. Tell me I'm crazy.
Well, he was supposed to testify and did come into court at the beginning.
Somebody's fucking with this guy. This has to be like a prank that the TMZ people are pulling against this dude.
The day, pled the fifth, and then took an immunity deal. He never got on the stand, though, today because things really got bogged down with two things. A special agent who testified.
Is anyone else like totally not hearing what he's saying right now because they're just waiting to see if they can hear the smoke detector again? I just realized I'm supposed to be listening to this and breaking it down, giving commentary, talking to you guys about it, making a couple jokes. And I just realized that for the last 15 to 20 seconds, I've just been intently listening for a smoke detector beep. It's uncanny how often this happens.
About a lot of things that may seem really boring, but are really, really important to the case. And
it's okay. Talk about all the boring shit you want. We're all listening for the smoke detector beep again.
Freak off videos. Lots of freak off videos. So we're going to go through all of that. And then you got to stick around for this because you talk about how the other half lives. Obviously, we know Diddy's a mogul.
What?
But
he's a hill on a ski slope? I had no clue. This is breaking news to me.
How would you imagine that he could possibly run up $1 million, nearly $1 million on his Amex bill in 1 month? We're going to show you. All right. So
that was a like your TMZ. You have an unlimited budget. That was your intro. That was trippy to me.
After Brendan,
I think Monograph made it for him.
Paul takes his immunity deal this morning. He is let out of the courtroom. We actually hear Diddy speak in court, to which he doesn't normally. He's usually sitting there pretty quietly, but he did answer the judge. Had to say yes, Your Honor. When asked to confirm if he was waiving his right to be present while Brendan Paul got his immunity deal. So
now it's so funny to watch these guys who, you know, if you ask them about other people in other cases, they're like, yo, man, I don't snitch, I don't say shit, blah, 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 blah. You know that's all bullshit, right? You know that no snitching thing doesn't exist. I especially love it when white people do snitching. Everybody the only thing the no snitching thing is supposed to do is to stop innocent people from getting monsters off the streets. It's what the murderers and the drug dealers and the rapists use to keep people quiet. Is they go, oh no, snitching is a bitch move. Snitching is a terrible thing. Oh yeah, getting dangerous criminals off the street is such a horrible thing. You know what you should do? Keep your mouth shut and let the demons run amok. That's a really honorable thing to do. You understand not snitching on a dangerous criminal makes you a little bit closer to how evil they are? It's an evil thing to do. Any of you who buy this no snitching stuff, you have been sold a fucking marketing gimmick from gangsters. A gimmick, by the way, that none of them follow. Except the stupid ones. This Brandon Paul guy, I bet you was one of these people who's like, I'm not going to snitch. I would never snitch, blah, blah. And as soon as they said, you're going to prison for these freak-offs, he'll be like, I know so much shit about Diddy, man, you wouldn't believe it. Take jail off the table. I'll tell you everything I know. I mean, the most retarded people in the world believe the no snitching shit.
Diddy was in back, and this is a sort of preview of what was to come. He was in a holding cell actually watching the videos that were going to be shown to the jurors later that day.
So wait, they're basically like showing the jurors hardcore pornography, right? Because if they're filming these freak-offs, I mean, these are orgies. These are drug-fueled orgies. Some of them are allegedly with underage prostitutes. So Diddy's uber fucked. And again, I don't think they need to present their case this long. I think this is just meant to bury Diddy as deep in the ground as they possibly can. So that even if he does speak up from his jail cell, which there's no guarantee he will, nobody's going to believe him. Nobody's going to believe him. Dead Game says, I literally sat and typed chirp in a black guy's stream. He read it out loud, but never heard it. That's amazing that we got the chirp, though. Like the star of that video was the chirp. The chirp is the... New guy says, is Nick a dangerous criminal? His community thought so. They all went to the authorities and they said, you got to go get this guy. Yes, I also believe that Nick, especially in the mental breakdown he's having now, Nick's a danger to anyone he's around. Nick's a bad, bad guy to be around. Danger to himself, too. So, yes, new guy, I would say. In fact, new guy, I would say it's probably a dumb question. Like that question better have been rhetorical, for God's sake. $50 away from today. Hey, look, I'm pretty confident in today's goal, but like, let's go, huh? $50 away. We got an hour and a half, but oh, there, Gino texted me back. Hold on a minute. We're going to call this guy. We're going to get a little info here before we go to our next story, which is apparently you're able to marry someone without their consent. I did not know about. Not like in the Middle East, like here.
Hello.
Hey, did you hear that Ski Mask died?
What?
Yeah. I was just, I was doing the show here, and I went to go look up an account on Twitter to grab a story I needed. And there were tweets about how Ski Mask was dead.
What the fuck? Let me guess. From pancreatic cancer?
It's a little tasteless.
No, that's what he had.
Oh, did he really?
Dude, you didn't follow it enough, I guess. And trust me, that's not a bad thing. But he was one of those guys that every time he quit drinking. Like, he's one of those guys that's bad for people like me that I'm like, I don't drink that much. Because every time he would quit drinking, he would have a seizure.
Oh.
That's how much he drank. And then one time, they're like, yeah, you have pancreatic cancer or at least pancreatitis. Like, you can never get your facts straight from people in the Dabbleverse, so I was never sure. But, yeah, he'd rather die of drinking than not. I'm not trying to be a dick. That's, like, what was going on.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I had no idea that he had pancreatic. It was for sure cancer. He had pancreatic cancer.
Sometimes he'd say he had pancreatic cancer. Sometimes he'd say he had pancreatitis. I never followed up, but it was bad the way he was drinking. And again, I consider the guy a friend, but Like, I hadn't talked to him in a while. That's what was going on, though.
Okay, so he did. So there was a precursor to this. I thought that maybe, you know, a guy his age dies suddenly, and usually it's self-inflicted. But okay, so he had a pancreatitis.
In a way, it was self-inflicted.
Holy shit! I rarely ever hear about that. People who drink so much that like to stop kills them.
Yeah, you don't hang out with cool people like me and Tina.
I've had enough hanging out with cool people for one lifetime, my friend.
Okay, but I just spoon-fed you that one.
I got paired up with a 58-year-old man on the golf course yesterday. That's about my speed.
Let me guess. He beat you because he hit every ball short and straight. That's my experience with these.
Yeah, no.
I love how like these older guys. The guy's like a year and a half older than me. These old codgers, Aaron.
Yeah. Dude, every time he'd go into his backswing, he had such like a weak backswing. I'm like, this guy sucks. And then every drive, just boom, right down the middle of the fairway. I'm like,
yeah,
fucker.
Long and short and straight. I've been called worse.
Yeah, he was better. He was better than me. But I just had to call and get the skinny on the ski mask thing. And now already those Dabbleverse retards, they're all pointing fingers at this person's grifting. Like Chad's grifting off his death. These people can't have like 13 seconds where they're like, oh, this is very sad that a man died. That's very sad for he and his family.
I gotta find out about that. I'll keep you posted if I hear anything new. Like I'll reach out to Stancil and ask him, you know, what's going on with that?
Yeah. Well, I tried to call Stevie Lou. None of you New York guys answer your phones before 10.
Would you like me to call Stevie Lou? He won't answer my phone, period.
I don't believe that Stevie Lou will be answering your call, no. Hey, we talked about your Ralph performance today, and, you know, if you can keep me out of trouble here talking about it, holy shit, was he in Copesville? You were trying to just get him to admit basic shit, and he's so in the tank for Rekieta and has it out for me so bad that he couldn't admit basic facts.
Yeah, like, this is another way I know I'm getting away from this. And, like, everyone was shitting on both of us. I'm like, look, I just went on because I had unfinished business from the Saturday night stream with Kiki to shit on him and simply say, like, you know, what I said. And then we talked some politics. But, yeah, it's – I don't even notice he's coping. It's just like, what are you doing? This is common sense. It's like, I don't care. I don't care if, you know, we use space satellites or the cops stumbled in there. You can't get in trouble for having guns and drugs around your children unless you have guns and drugs around your children. Yeah. That's the end of the discussion. Yeah. You can't, well, I heard that someone, that's got nothing to do. I heard that someone finished the sentence, fucking told people that my friend had guns and drugs around the kids.
Well, and here's the thing.
No matter how.
Then he goes, oh, Aaron snitched. No, I fucking didn't. I was a suspect. They brought me in for questioning because I was a person of interest. His own community fucking snitched on him. Ralph still, and by the way, Ralph knows that. Ralph is just trying to cover for his quote-unquote buddy, even though Ralph called Nick's kids retarded for months. So he shit on Nick for a long time, but I guess he thinks he might get over 150 viewers if he picks up the broom and starts sweeping. But yeah, he said that I snitched. I didn't. He also said I snitched him out for his live streaming my arraignment. Motherfucker, when they found out you were live streaming my arraignment, I was in jail. Like, I wasn't snitching on Ralph live streaming.
That old excuse, Aaron.
Yeah, I was in. Oh, by the way, I haven't thanked you lately. Thank you. So.
Hey, no problem, buddy.
Yeah, you know,
can't wait.
I learned a lot. You know, my asshole whistles now.
That was back when you were hanging out with cool kids.
Yeah, exactly. So Ralph is like, oh yeah, Aaron snitched on me for this. No, I didn't. You know what they asked me? They said, this Ethan Ralph who streamed your arraignment, is he a friend of yours? And I went, fuck no. That guy agreed to meet me at a gym for a little Donnybrook, and he ran across state lines like a bitch. That's what I know about him. And then he said that I live streamed Nick and April's court appearances. I never did that. Other people filmed it. It was recorded. It was put on YouTube. I watched the clips on my show and I commented on them. That is not illegal. It is illegal to live stream them. It is not illegal to play clips of them from somebody else. So once again, and you know, it's not difficult, Ethan Ralph's full of shit. But no, I thought you did a great job holding his feet to the fire, and when he would give non-answers because he knew it made him look bad, you just kept asking the question.
Yeah, and it's like they're simple questions.
Yeah.
Like I'll never get past how people don't answer. Whatever. I'm just trying to think. You said a year ago somebody's fucking just facing up to the truth, and they're on their way back to normalcy. And other people are just fucking trying to find new ways to lie, and they're fucking lost.
Like,
they're lost.
What's so hard about going, holy shit? Like, it's self-evident that it was all a mistake. It's self-evident that it was all a disaster. It's self-evident that it was all a failed experiment. And the minute you can say that, it's liberating because then you can laugh at it and learn from it and move on. But if you're going to sit there and keep defending it like you're a 14-year-old middle schooler who thinks all that shit is so fucking cool while you traumatize children, then you're going to be stuck in that world forever and you're going to drown in your own misery.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry that I'm not apologetic for the stuff I said about your ex. They're like, oh my God. And I won't even mention the other one, but I'm telling you, it's like, she is the biggest piece of shit in my mind for what she did. And was like,
She tried to home wreck 2 families and then got off fucking scot-free and got to ski-daddle the fuck out of there, and people feel bad for her. People are like, well, hasn't she been through enough? She has not gotten any of what she deserves. Nothing. She skated on everything, and she was just as manipulative, just as shitty, just as destructive, and tried to play home wrecker multiple times as he did. I think, and look, I call it as I see it. I think Nick takes too much shit compared to April.
You are preaching to the choir here. Remember when, and my wife is too nice. I love her to death, but she's like, well, she's only 30. I'm like, no one's doing her any favors.
Only 30.
No, yeah, exactly. That's a joke I do in my act.
Yeah.
I say, and indulge me just because it's about my late Aunt Hug, and I love telling it, but like, age really is just a number. Like, a friend of hers died, and I go, how old was he? And she goes, just 80. I'm like, just 80? But that's the mindset. But yeah, getting back to that, it's like, and like, that's why she's so fucked up. And Nick, you can't put it any more succinctly than that drop that Keanu made that's perfect, of him screaming, like you said, an 8th grader, we were in a very romantic... She literally just got up and walked by.
My favorite drop in the world, I think it's an underrated drop, is not that one. It's Keanu. You have a wife, weirdo.
Yeah, that's an even better point. Like, after a year of just coping and having all their ball washers, their sweepers fucking back them up, you say things like that, not as a gut reaction when you first get caught, but a year later. Go on, I'm sorry.
You know what it is? It's I honestly, I believe it's brain damage. I don't think you can do like whippets and cocaine and all that shit for years and years and not. I think you've got holes in your brain. I think it's brain damage, and that's why it can be so obvious to the rest of us. And he just will fight like hell, and he can't see it or understand it. I think he's just got brain damage.
Yeah, it's brain damage and just the repetition of people agreeing with, what is it, that old The Emperor's New Clothes? It's just no one calls him out and says, you're insane. And then he's like, this is perfectly sane. Until someone says, again, you have a wife, weirdo, and not saying it like he got caught and it's his gut reaction the minute he got caught.
Yeah.
It's over a year later. And you're like, no. Everyone says this is right. It's like, you're weird, dude.
Yeah. Well, buddy, I just called you to let you know about the ski mask thing and to let you know you fucking crushed it on the Ralph clip that I saw yesterday. And we are going to be seeing you very soon. And thank you very much for that thing. That was very, very nice. I've got like 4 or 5 of those things from 4 or 5 different people, and all their words were very, very touching.
Well, and let me tell you, and I think Keanu will agree. First of all, I hate Keanu.
I didn't mean a word of it.
She's a cunt because I wrote mine in like 5 minutes, and then she spent an hour to write them like, you're making me feel like a piece of shit. But I enjoyed writing it because I meant everything I said, and it reminded me of the shit I always say. It's like, like I fight with my friends, but then it's like there's a reason I fight with them because they're my friends, and it's good to be back fucking with you and ruining your life in new ways, buddy.
I don't know why Keanu felt the need to call me a cunt in such an important document, but at least it was honest.
I said the same thing. She's like, who's the expert? Who's the only one with a cunt here? I'm like, you. April left him, and he said, okay.
You guys are gonna get in a fight if you keep trashing her buddy. What are you gonna do when she calls her out to go golfing with us?
Oh shit! Oh, that's a good teaser. I guess people will have to come out to see. Am I right, Harry?
You know what my words are gonna be? Stay in your own fucking cart. That's gonna be. I'll just let her know, hey, every swing I take on this course is going to be 4. No. All right, I'm out of here. Thank you, buddy.
You're the best. Late.
Bye. Oh, I sliced that one. My bad. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Son of a bitch. Why are you guys mean to Kiki in the chat? Why do we have to be mean to Keanu? What's that all about? What's all the... You got to remember, I don't dive as deep into all this shit. So I don't understand all the vitriol, but there it is. All right, let's find out how the fuck you can marry someone without them knowing. I don't get how this works. This is in Texas. Oh, well, Texas shit. But this is a woman marrying a man without his consent. You would think in Texas, you could do like the old Triple H Stephanie McMahon bit. Remember, if you were a wrestling fan back in the day, there was a storyline where Triple H drugged Stephanie McMahon. This is the shit you could get away with in the late 90s, by the way. D-Generation X basically roofied Stephanie McMahon, put her in the passenger side of a car, went through a drive-through wedding chapel in Las Vegas, and then went, yes, I take him as my husband, and, did that whole thing. And they were married. That was the storyline. And I'm just assuming that guys can do that in Texas. I didn't know women could do that in Texas. Oh, and then in that segment, Triple H made a consummating the marriage joke. In the late 90s, you could do a segment where a guy drugged a lady, married her against her will, and then went, I'm going to take her back to the room and have sex with her now. The Monday Night Wars were crazy, bro. Well, a Waco woman was arrested on June 13th. After allegedly staging a fake marriage and leaving documents on her ex-boyfriend's property. Wait, so he doesn't even have to be there? Look, I don't know if you know this or not. I've been married a couple of times. Before you can do the ceremony, technically speaking, you're married before, when you see married couples, they're married before the ceremony. You go in, you sign the paperwork, you turn in the paperwork, you pay your fee that you have to pay to get married. I've got one in Stearns County, I think. Benton County. I think I've got one in Benton County. I've got one in Clark County, Nevada, is where I've got 2 marriage certificates signed. And you've got to get 2 signatures on the paper. So I don't know how, unless she forged his signature, which you're really going to be in up shit creek for. So she left the documents on her ex-boyfriend's property. Police said the victim, a 42-year-old male, discovered a Bath & Body Works gift bag on his doorstep. Oh, this is really nice and white trash, huh? Inside were assorted products. Oh, she gave him like some lotions and some moisturizers and stuff. That's sweet. And 2 documents. A photograph of 36-year-old Kristen Marie Spearman holding what appeared to be a marriage license, and a certified copy of a marriage certificate filed with the county clerk. You're married, bitch. That's actually, this is creative revenge. A lot of people will key a car. A lot of people will stalk a guy and do shit like that. Very rarely do you marry him to get back at him. That's cold. After a dispute, the victim reportedly ended the relationship and expressed no desire to proceed with marriage. Investigators later discovered that Spearman had allegedly convinced a local reverend to officiate the marriage without the victim's presence or knowledge. She then filed the certificate with the county clerk before delivering it, along with the image and other items, to the victim's home. With assistance from the Hewitt Police Department, officers arrested Spearman at her residence on a warrant for third-degree felony stalking. She was booked into the McLennan County Jail. Police said they are withholding the identity of the officiant to prevent potential harassment as the case moves forward. So you can do that. I'm guessing they must have had the documents signed in advance. I'm guessing that, they had the marriage documents. Oh, it's 9/11. Make a wish. They had the marriage documents signed in advance, and then when he said, fuck you, I'm out, she just went and turned him in. Boom, you've got yourself a marriage certificate. God, imagine you've got to testify in court and file divorce papers. What a pain in the ass. Wait a minute. This has got to be grounds for an annulment, though, right? Like, I was just going to say, is she going to get a piece of the action? Is she going to get, does he have to sell his house and they have to split the equity now? Or this has got to be grounds for an annulment. You can't, the guy can, if he can prove that he was married against his will. Bigot on socialist media says, wasn't Triple H fucking China and Steph was fucking Test at the time of that segment? In the storyline, I believe, they were. 09 Canyon says the minister has to sign the paperwork. It's turned in after, I thought. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Boy, I was really tuned in to both of my marriages, wasn't I? Yeah, you're right. Because when you do the candle ceremony or the sand ceremony, that they sign it and then they give it to you and you put it in your, yeah, okay. That's what it is. But even so the officiant had to sign it and then they turn it. What'd she do? Just pay some drunk bum with an officiant's license? Lander says, how do you get married without the other? Good fucking Lord. Well, thank you, Texas. Chad Buzamok says, breaking news, Chad is sniping you. Thought sniping was for losers. And old Chad, you faggot. Oh, is he? What are you fucking sniping me for? I'm boring as shit. Is that what we're doing? I thought he was grifting off of Ski Mask's death. That's what people were saying, was that Chad Zumach was grifting off of Zumach's death. So now Chad's like a Melton guy now, right? That's like a Melton thing to do. You don't have your own stuff. I'm guessing he's probably sputtering. Didn't he stop that Kumia's Cucks thing? And now he's like, oh, I'm going to find a different gimmick. I've got an idea for a new gimmick, guys. I'm going to watch clips of other people and comment over them. It's like, retard, that's the thing you were doing before. You're not starting a new show. You're just renaming it. It's a rebrand. You're not doing a new thing. But hey, you know what? I hope it works for him. I hope it works. How'd the grift go on the ski mask thing? Usually Buzamok keeps good score of that. Chad ordered his checks yesterday. They'll be here soon, says Sam Show. That's not very nice. That's not nice. Lander says Chad eats corn sideways with his anus. Guys. Allegedly. Crowder Wears Panties says, have you heard the intro for Chad's new show? It's the worst AI shit you've ever heard and seen. Now, we're going to hurt his feelings, guys. And yes, it's a rebrand. I love that. He's like, I'm done with Kumia's Cucks. You know, where I play clips of people and I yell at them? I'm starting a new show where I play clips of people and I yell at them.
Fuck off! Fuck you!
You know what? I'm sure it's going to go just as well as the critically acclaimed Kumia's Cucks. All right, this is going to be really boring for Chad. We're going to go into more news stuff, like a show does. Chad's got a looking back in fondness in memorandum segment he's got to do on Ski Mask anyway, since they were such good buddies. So we'll let him get to that. Apparently, those peaceful protests over the weekend, still peaceful, still, very successful. We had no kings after the No Kings protest. They did, however, hit one unpeaceful snag, and that was the raid on one of the No Kings protesters' home, in which they found, and I'm quoting, weapons of mass destruction. Don't you hate it when you go to your protest and you forget your WMDs? And you just got to sit there and hold a sign like an asshole. Police said they found a pipe bomb and other improvised explosive devices at the home of a man who was arrested near a No Kings protest in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Imagine thinking that any of these people give a fuck about you enough to actually commit a crime on their behalf. And I don't mean the protesters. I mean the people running the protest. I mean the people paying for the protest. Your Soroses, these NGOs that fund all of these things. Imagine thinking that these people give a fuck about you enough that you're going to go blow up people, kill people, throw frozen water bottles and bricks at cops, and now you're going to go to jail for years. And meanwhile, they collect all the money. And they continue to talk to the people that you're calling Nazis and everything else. And they just keep you fighting with your neighbors. And they go and play golf together. Great job, guys. You guys are making a difference out there. Don't let my sarcasm tell you any different. Police said they found a pipe bomb and other IEDs at the home of the man in Westchester. Law enforcement searched the home for 31-year-old Kevin Krebs on Conestoga Road in East Whiteland Township Monday evening and disabled all of the explosives. That's typically step one. Now, officials had initially said that 7 explosives have been found at the home, but later said the total number came to 13 explosive devices. So far we have the guy in Minnesota. He shoots the 2 politicians, and in his car they find a bunch of No Kings literature. And now we have this guy who was at the No Kings protest. Who knows what the fuck he was about to get up to, but he's got 13 explosive devices, Sig Sauer handguns, long yellow raincoat. That's kind of a, usually it's the duster, it's the trench coat that they wear, but this guy, long yellow raincoat when he was spotted at the protest. He also was found with ammunition, an M9 bayonet, a pocket knife, pepper spray, a ski mask, rest in peace, and gloves. So this guy was down. He was ready to go. Police said they found an AR-15 style rifle on the floor of his SUV. This is how you know that these were not like government plan. Like, how do you know that this shooter or this attacker wasn't the government plant? It's easy. They get caught. If they don't get caught, part of the plan. This is what they've got in Pennsylvania on this guy.
In Chester County announced a number of new charges today against Kevin Krebs. Now, he was initially arrested after he was found with an arsenal of weapons at a rally last weekend. The 31-year-old was taken back into custody last night. Investigators say they found a pipe bomb yesterday in the suspect's home in East Whiteland Township. And that's where we find Action News reporter Brianna Smith live with an update on the new charges.
Oh, God, I felt so racist. I was going to say black. I was going to guess black reporter. I hate it when I don't say something because I don't want to sound racist, but then I'm right, and now nobody's going to believe me. Damn it.
Charges in this case. Brianna?
John, Kevin Krebs is now facing 28 new charges. Police say he was taken back into custody late last night after he was arrested on Saturday. Now, just hours before his recent arrest, Action News was here as the FBI and police searched his home behind me. And that's where they found 1 pipe bomb and then went back inside the house and located at least 6 more. Now, police say they were made using...
Yeah, you're not... look at the fucking guy. You're not making 13 explosive devices, just for funsies. Something was going down. I don't know what. Hopefully they find out. But this guy, that's not a hobby a lot of people have. Taxidermy might be a hobby. Creepy hobby, but a hobby nonetheless. Making explosives, you usually don't just keep them on your mantle to talk about with guests.
Using pipes or glass Coke bottles. They also...
No, don't use that phone.
Discovered fireworks. The Montgomery County Bomb Squad removed and dismantled the bombs in a secure area, and no one was hurt. Now, the 31-year-old is facing a slew of charges, including 13 counts of unlawful possession of weapons of mass destruction and possessing instrument of crime with intent. This all comes after Krebs was taken into custody on Saturday and then released on bond after he was arrested near the No Kings rally in Westchester. Police say at the protest, Krebs was hiding a fully loaded handgun, 3 loaded magazines.
Wait a minute. Do we have a guy who was maybe, oh my God, this is disgusting. Do we have a guy that was maybe looking to attack the actual protest? That maybe this wasn't a protester who was looking to fuck shit up, that this guy may have been on the opposite side and he was looking to start some shit?
6 loaded assault rifle magazines, 2 knives, pepper spray, and a ski mask. In that case, he's facing charges for failing to have a concealed carry permit. Now, investigators say Krebs said he was armed to protect himself after seeing violence at other protests nationwide.
Yeah, I think this guy was there to cause some ruckus. And, I might believe that. I was carrying a pistol at the No Kings rally because I was worried about violence that the protesters were doing. But then they find 13 explosives in your house. That's a little hard to explain away. I got to go for problem.
Action News spoke to Alex Krebs, who says he's Kevin's brother. This is what he said about Kevin.
He just has a lot of anxiety that he doesn't know how to address. In his brain, he's scared. But I always tell him you are safe always.
Now, we also reached out to the county DA's office, the FBI, and an attorney representing Krebs. We're waiting to hear back.
These high-strung people, I don't get it. All these high-strung people who hate stress, hate this, hate that, they all want to put themselves right in the middle of these fucking protests and these political dramas and all this other shit. They don't, they're all, the thing you hear from a lot of these people, whether it's blue-haired people at a left-wing protest or whether it's right-wing people at some damn thing, they'll be the first ones to say, I just don't want any drama. I just want peace in my life. But they take steps that show you the exact opposite. Miss Tay, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. We appreciate that, Miss Tay. Very nice of you. Pass those along if you feel like it. $45. No, I'm sorry, $40 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, Tay. Of course, no goals tonight. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. Today is the only goal we've had, and it was $100. That's all. So thank you guys so much for your generosity so far this week. It's been ridiculous. McBuster says no Kings rallies are prefabbed. More reason to crack down on the people. Get the mass surveillance state going. Yeah, I mean, look, these protests, their supplies always just show up. Signs always just show up. I remember the second day of the protests in L.A., one of the big criticisms was all of these protesters have Mexican flags. How is it supposed to be a pro-America protest when all of you are flying Mexican flags? And it was really bad optics. The next day, the protesters were like, yeah, they were dropping off pallets of American flags, telling us to wave American flags. Who's we? Who's we? Like the people running the show? So this random protest has people running it? Like they don't even hide it at this point. It's just they're all organized. They're all prefabbed. And by the way, all those people started waving the American flags then, and they all still had the creases in them. Like when the FBI finds a swastika flag at some white supremacist house, and it looks like it just got unfolded out of the plastic, and the guns clearly came from evidence and training. Yeah. Chad Buzamok says, just got back. Chad did terribly. Probably $50 or less. Worth it to mock the dead, Chad, you bitch. Oh, did he mock? Ski Matt? He was making fun of Ski Matt? What a piece of shit. I'll be honest, even if, and I don't dislike or like Chad, but, if Chad died, it would be a sad thing, and I would treat it as a sad thing on my show. That whole wishing death on people thing or laughing at people deaths, that clings to your soul. That's a black mark on your soul, and it's not what you think it is. It's not you, getting one over on them or whatever. It's shit you haven't dealt with, and it's clinging to you. It's sludge weighing down your system. Why do you think Melton is such a 450-pound hunchbacked fat fuck? There's a lot of insecurity. There's a lot of mental illness, and there's a lot of issues that he's got that have just clung to his soul, and he thinks he's going to cure it by going online and going, I hate this guy, I hate that guy, you have to hate him too, and blah, blah. He's not dealing with his own fucking problems. And that's why he gets so worked up about this shit, and also why he eats so much. He's feeding an emptiness that he won't address. But again, I ain't your pappy. But if any of those guys die, watching people celebrate when Alyssa Clip said they'd found a mass on her pancreas, it's those are people who are going to die young. They're going to be unhealthy. They're going to be rotten. It's going to be bad. because that's an ugliness that is projected outward from you. That's a weird fucking thing, man. McBuster says he can't help it. Chad is Melton's bitch now. That's true. That's accurate. Buzamok says he said Ski fucked with him and Stevie Lou. Corrected that Ski Mask did that after Chad threatened to dox his girlfriend. Chad is a tard bitch. Well, just listen to how retarded that sounds. A guy dies, and that's the petty thing you're hanging on to is gay internet shit. Shut the fuck up, you whiny twat. One time he started talking shit about me. Well, he's fucking dead. There you go. Square with the house again. He said mean things about me. Like, the worst you're going to hear from me when Melton dies young, when he dies early from his health issues, the worst you're going to get from me is, hey, don't, that shit eats away at you and it can kill you early, and that's too bad. I'm not going to celebrate. It's not important to me. It shouldn't be important to me that some internet guy died, Chad Buzamok says, Chad then also said he would be happy if I died because I mock him. Tell me I'm in your head all the time, Chadley. Yeah, that's too much interneting. If people like that are in your head because you're rooting for them to die. Like when I say I find all of these people funny that make their whole lives steel toe, I really am. I enjoy it. I like it. I mock it. I laugh at it. If any one of these people died, it would be sad. Not for me, but again, it would be just in general. Anyone who dies young, that's a tragic thing. And if you're like, this random faceless guy, Buzamok, who made fun of me on the internet, when he dies, I'll be happy. It's like, if you care, no, and this is no offense to Buzamok. I like Buzamok, but like, why would you care if Chad Buzamok lives or dies? I would feel bad for Chad Buzamok's family and people who care about him, but like, I'm not going to pretend it impacts my life one way or the other. So Mecca Jones says, so don't die or he'll have a show for you too, mocking your family. Well, again, Chad, Melton, Carl, all those guys, they would have a show mocking me if I died, but that's because I'm lodged in here. That's because they can't shake me out. If they died, that would be very sad. Why? They're not in here. They're a laugh track as far as I'm concerned. And I know that rubs some of you the wrong way. I know that upsets some of you who hate the toe, but I gotta give you the straight gas. I gotta tell you like it is. $40 away from this morning. Thank you guys very much. Bang that out, $5 at a time. Chad Buzamok says, if what Chad said is true, it's really sad. Ski's father found him the day after Father's Day. You can hate Ski, but that ain't something to celebrate. Can you hate Ski? I don't think you can hate him. Why would you hate him? He's not Ayatollah Khomeini. He's not Netanyahu. Why would you hate him? He's not a guy who done you wrong. If anything, these internet retards should realize when shit like this happens, oh, fuck, I'm a 50-year-old man and I'm giving a shit about internet things. My life has completely gone adrift. But no. That's really tragic that his dad found him. That's all. My grandpa found his dad. My grandpa's dad self-deleted with a shotgun in a bathtub when my grandpa was young. I think like 13 or 15 or something like that. He was a teenager before he went off to World War II, and he found his dad. And that was back in a time, like you're talking about the 1930s. That's not a time where people talked about that stuff. That's not a time where people discussed it. Men didn't talk about how finding their dad dead in a bathtub affected them. So that always, that would show itself in different ways. And the ways that would show would be like aggression towards their family or aggression towards their children. Now, my grandpa was a great man. He was a good man. So I don't think he did any of that. But that stuff would come out in different ways. Now they want you to talk about it, which I think is helpful to a point. I still don't think men should cry in front. I don't think men should cry in front of people. I don't think that's a good thing for men to be crying in front of people. And you probably shouldn't be crying too much on your own either. I mean, traumatic things happen. You got to deal with it. It can be cathartic. I understand. But I don't think you should cry in front of your children unless, like, your dad dies or something like that. I think men have a role to play as a beacon of strength and teaching lessons and things like that. I don't, maybe that's old school. You know, maybe that could be wrong too. What I'm saying right now could be remarkably retarded and unhealthy. I just don't think it should be done. On a wall with a gifted membership over on Rumble. Thank you, pal. That was gifted to Polar Bear. $35 away from today. Thank you very much. Treetop Armadillo says Chad is 50, making fun of his enemies on stream the day after they die. Such a loser. I mean, people are allowed to have that opinion. Makes sense. Hobo chili recipe with I love these fake membership notifications. He says Aaron Saddlebag Syndrome was gifted a membership by Weaponized Ozempic. It's mean. It's mean. Corn Diff says from a shotgun, LOL. Well, that's not LOL. I don't know how a tub can contain that. I don't know. It's just how I remember the story as it was told to me. Obviously, I wasn't there. Hobo says, your grandfather was a great man. Yes, he was. He fought for the Germans in World War II. He did not fight for he wasn't even born in Germany. He wasn't even born in Germany. Dusty Rhodes, baby, says, you cried on Alex Stein, if you will. Yeah, I think you're going to hear me say this many times in that part of my life. I was a bitch at that point in my life. Not good. You understand, Dusty Rhodes, you have to go through these things to learn the lessons. And those were the lessons that I learned and I can now pass on to others. Thank you very much for gifting those memberships. Miss Tay and Onawall, we are $35 away from today's goal. Keep it moving. Keep it going. We appreciate it. Somebody texts in, Cheese died last weekend when he got hit by a drunk driver on his way to an AA meeting. It's not. Now, that's not true, but it is a funny concept for a joke. Of course, our boy Cheese is not dead. I don't think he's going to be showing up at the anniversary party, but he's not dead. By the way, I have gotten some MVP VIP responses from people out of state. We're gonna have a bunch of people traveling again for the Steel Toe anniversary party. I'm very excited about that. Again, go to eventbrite.com and get your tickets for the anniversary show. Dusty Rhodes says the American dream doesn't have tear ducts, baby. That's true. Let's go. R.I.P. Geno. Cheese is not dead. Corn Diff says, in my town, locals found a man who pooped his brains out in the city park bathroom one morning. He died shitting. Now, wait a minute. We have to be careful how we say these things. When you say he pooped his brains out, he had a heart attack on the shitter, right? Like he was straining trying to shit and like his heart ruptured. You're not saying that a man literally just shit and died. I don't think that's accurate. Crowder Wears Panties says, well, then he died doing what he loved. Waka waka. McBuster says Red Bar made Melton cry often. Yes, and I will continue to assert that Patrick Melton's kind of a girl. Corn Diff says pooped them out with a 12 gauge. Oh, well, yeah, that's a terrible way to take a shit. I mean, it's too bad you weren't there to inform the guy, although that would have been a weird relationship. You could have let him know, yeah, if you take a shit with a 12 gauge, that's gonna end poorly. You could have told him, Corn Diff, that's a dead end. That's a dead end. Making Speech Free Again says, is it a rumor? Or does Aaron really only poop naked? No. Not only. I don't only poop naked. I don't exclusively shit in the nude. But from time to time, if I want to be comfortable, yeah. Especially if it's like before a shower or something like that. It's none of your fucking business. Corn Diff with a good point when I said that's a dead end. He goes, a dead end is kind of what he was looking for, I think. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Treetop Armadillo says, careful, if Keanu's appearance doesn't go well, she'll find a way to blame you. You guys have this thing. Like, I hear this from multiple people, and I see this on many people's streams. They go, just wait till Keanu and Gino turn on Aaron again. Dude, did they even really turn on me the one time? Yeah, Keanu started doing shows where she did the steel toe grift a little bit, and she was talking a lot of shit. But she was being gassed up by drug addict retards at the time. I forget. Because, hey, if you think I'm going to shit on Keanu for being gaslit by drug addicts, I'm not the guy who's allowed to do. I'm not allowed to shit on anyone for that. So, and they came back around. They saw the reality of it. I mean, if anything, I think that's a testament to my progress. Is that even while they were being gaslit by those retards, they took a look at the situation and they went, "Oh shit, we were wrong. Aaron's actually progressing really well, and we were being gaslit by drug addicts." There you go. And then everything came back together again. I would say, I don't think Geno ever went on any of his shows and like singled me out and bashed the shit out of me. And like, I have the discovery upstairs. Geno's whole involvement in the case was less than a page long. April and Nick accounted for, I want to say it's either 20 or 26 of the pages. And there's like 30 pages total or 25, one of the two. But there were like 4 or 5 pages that weren't Nick and April talking to the police. Kind of strange. And Geno's was less than a page. Keanu was the third longest, and I think she was only like 4 pages. And Geno was the 5th at less than a page. So I don't really know if you can say that Geno was ever like, hardcore, anti-Aaron. I think he was just kind of fed up with everyone after a while. But yeah, Keanu's a fucking piece of shit. No, I'm kidding. I just like to get you guys stirred up from time to time. JH says, Aaron, thoughts on Rekieta taking his victory lap too early? I understand why he would do that. He needs a win bad. And while that motion was definitely going to fail, he hasn't been getting a lot of W's in life lately. So I would have clung to that one, and I would have waved the flag on that too. The problem is it looks like Harden's getting a different judge now. I think he's going to lose locally but win on appeal, because this very clearly is a small town cover up. I mean, the video was available. It was entered into evidence properly. It was used at the omnibus hearing. If you use shit at an omnibus hearing, it's getting filed. It's public information. The public also has an interest in that body cam footage. Therefore, by Minnesota law, it has to be released with the minors' faces censored out. But yeah, if I were him, I'd cling to any victory you could too, because there just aren't that many anymore. So I don't fault him for that at all. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, Keanu better not turn on Ashley. Wait, I don't. JH says, Aaron, thoughts on Adam Bush even shitting on Rekieta? If that Adam Bush guy, like, he was a famous actor, if he starts doing like the Dabbleverse circuit, that's so sad. That would be really sad. That would be like Stuttering John being involved in that. Like, Stuttering John worked for Leno and Stern, and now it's this. Like, that would be the same level. I hope Adam Bush pulls the nose of the plane up before he dives too deep into that gaggle of retards. But, yeah, he was shitting on Rekieta. Well, I mean, look, I don't think he was shitting on Rekieta. I think they asked, what was he like? And he's like, he's a fucking mess, and he's obsessed with Aaron. That's not exactly him shitting on him. That's just him. They asked him what he saw, and he was being honest. Treetop Armadillo says, Keanu is a clout chaser. You hear this, Keanu? I wouldn't put up with this if I were you. She turned on that Gabe guy the second she saw how badly her show went over. No. They both just started snaking the shit out of each other. I think both Gabe and Keanu knew that whole thing was not received well, and they both just started, the finger pointing started immediately, which is going to happen. You don't want to be the person. I honestly think Gabe should have taken the fall for that, and here's why. Gabe doesn't do that for a living. Keanu does. Like, that's one of Keanu's jobs, right? So Gabe should have been magnanimous, and he should have went, I could have presented that differently. I could have prepared it differently. I think he should have kind of fallen on the sword because he doesn't need the money and he doesn't need to do this for work. And he can just, like he said, he can walk away from the whole thing. I thought he should have taken the fall for that whole deal. Sam Show says Keanu's presence multiplies your cuckold stat by 5. Oh, well, shit, you better get me a chair then, I guess. Somebody, too, says what's really strange is Aaron always talking about getting to fighting weight when he always sits around, 222 to 240. Fuck off. I'm around 220 to 225. That's my window. And never gets less fat. I firmly don't believe fatty Aaron can get down to 215. I'd better be able to get down to 215. I think around the end of the month, Safe Sports said we're going to get all of our memberships and everything reactivated. I want to get a fight this summer. And then there's a home show we have in September. So I'd better be able to get down there. I'd better be able to. Just a lot of Keanu comments in the chat. JH says Aaron. Oh, no, I don't give a shit about Adam Bush. Chevy fan says Keanu platformed him and laughed at child abuse. Did she? Oh. Bigot on socialist media says 240. I'm not 240. I'm 220. What? 221, 222 right now. I was 224 yesterday. That's kind of my window. That's where I go. If I ever see 225 on the scale, I go, oh, fuck me. We better take it easy today and double time it at the gym. But, staying away from the diet sodas and staying away from the fast food, that'll cause it to drop off for you. Chad Buzamok says, I knew the Gabe thing was going to be a flop when he said he did his research and knew Kiki's channel was where he had to do this. Here's where I knew it was going to be a disaster. When he said, I've been investigating for a week and a half. I went, bro, then you're just going to know what the rest of us know. I think the most success Gabe Hoffman has was he got Rekieta to out himself as probably choke slamming his kid at the fucking chiropractor. Because Nick let that story out, and then Gabe Hoffman goes, yeah, I didn't know anything about that one. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Miss Tay with $10 says, saw the tire change. Those extra 10 pounds are on your hips, fatty. Thanks. That doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I've decided that I'm totally fine and everything's okay. $20 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Knock it all down the rest of the way, and let's call it another win for the toe. $20 away from getting it done. Okay, let's continue on. Oh, I've got, we're in the last 45 minutes of the show here, so I think we'll keep it relatively lighthearted. This next one is a guy catching the biggest carp I think I've seen a guy catch, and he caught it with a recurve bow. I don't know if you've ever watched this bow fishing shit. It's kind of fascinating, to be honest with you. And carp, I don't know. Oh, God, carp are disgusting. Like, don't eat a carp. I don't think you can eat carp. Does anybody eat carp? No, Dusty Rhodes, that's not accurate. First of all, my licenses are with USA Boxing, not Safe Sport. You're making shit up now. I talk to these people, stupid. So the bow hunting thing, pretty fucking wild. Carp, though, bottom-feeding, shitty mudfish. They're fucking awful. Do not eat a carp. Don't let me catch you eating carp, please. But this guy caught a giant with a recurve bow. Take a look at this fucking guy. Look at how nasty and ugly that fish is, though. That is a big, bad motherfucker. 67.65 pounds and about 4 feet long. Ugh, and that thing just swims along the bottom of the lake, eating gunk and shit. Ugh. Nice catch, though, bro. Like, what do you do with a carp? Like, I know when we used to catch bowfins, we call them dogfish. When we would catch dogfish in our lake when we were really little kids, my grandma would always say they make good fertilizer. Dogfish were very good for fertilizer. I don't know if that's the same thing with carp, but I've been told by numerous people, you don't fucking eat those. Those are goddamn disgusting. Crowder Wears Panties says, yes, I've eaten carp. Not bad for a whitefish. Really? I got multiple people in the chat telling me smoked carp is good. Oh. But you are what you eat. And they're disgusting bottom-feeding fish. They can't be good. Bigot on Socialist Media says people eat that shit carp from the Swan River in Perth, Western Australia. People boil them. Oh. Smoked carp is the only way and it still sucks, says McBuster. We used a compound rug for them. Rug? Rug? It's evasive. Rusty Grammar says, I've seen Mung load them into the back of a pickup after we heed them on shore. Gross. Dub says it used to be a great TV show. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Try to stay on topic. Miss Tay says carp tastes like mud no matter how you cook them. Numero Uno says Mint Diggity is a fish expert. That's right. I've seen pictures. Mint Diggity will post pictures of him, her, whatever, catching a bunch of fish. Carp are good for 3 things, says Grand Poobah: fertilizer, smoking, or selling them to Asians. Oh, so the Asians, they like the carp. Yeah, I'm sure he's filled out a bunch of those reports. I'm sure he's filled out a ton of them, Mr. PayPalington. Thank you very much. Let's go into the Tyler Perry thing. This is very serious. Tyler Perry is being sued for like $250 million. $250 million. It's an accusation of sexual, or I'm sorry, we're on YouTube, right? Of SA. It's very serious. Do I believe it? I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but it's a lot of money and it's very serious accusations. It's from his time on the TV show The Oval, and one Tyler's camp calls a scam, TMZ has learned. Now, you got to be careful with these because it's kind of like saying someone's faking cancer. You know, if you say that this is a money grab or this is people trying to get rich off of them, I mean, it's possible. It's been done before. But at the same time, I mean, if you're wrong, boy, do you look like a piece of shit. Derek Dixon. Wait, Tyler Perry's a gay dude? I guess that shouldn't surprise me. He's the Medea guy, right? Derek Dixon filed a lawsuit against Perry, and in the docs, he claims he and the director met at an event back in 2019. In Derek's words, Tyler picked him out of the crowd and asked for his phone number, suggesting he might have a role for him. As it turns out, he did. Derek says Tyler gave him a small role in 2 episodes of the show called Ruthless. Then in January of 2020, Derek says Tyler invited him to his Atlanta home, and he accepted, hoping to build a friendship that would lead to more acting gigs. But according to the suit, while there, Derek drank too much and ended up sleeping in a guest room. Okay, I mean, that happens. You go to your friend's house, you get drunk, See, whenever these stories get this specific, I have a hard time saying that it's fake or that the person's making it up for money, because like some of these stories, they're so specific that if they are making them up, this is a true crazy person. In the documents obtained by TMZ, Derek claims Tyler got into the bed with him and started touching his thigh. Oh, fuck it. God, gay shit is so... Look, be whatever you want, do whatever you want, but God, just men and the shit and the thighs and the touching, and God, it's so gay. Although he rejected the advances that night, he claims Tyler remained interested. Am I just completely out of it? Is this the first time that I've known that speculation about Tyler Perry's sexuality has been a recurring topic, particularly due to his iconic portrayal of the female character Medea? However, Perry himself has denied being gay and stated that the rumors no longer bother him. Well, I mean, this guy's saying you're pretty fucking gay, dude. Derek also, or shortly thereafter, Derek says he landed the role of Dale in The Oval. Great for his career, but he claims it was around the time that Tyler started firing off sexually suggestive texts. Now, wait a minute. I understand wanting an acting career. I do. I get it. But if that guy went into your bed and that guy then, after getting into your bed, he started, or where you were sleeping, not your bed, but he then starts rubbing your leg and hitting on you and all of that shit, you're going to keep accepting roles from the guy? Ugh. It's not a smart move. I mean, I know when you're an actor, like you're obsessed with making it and these things that are good for your career, you'll take them, but don't put yourself in a position to be, groped by Tyler Perry. Including Perry asked what Drew's sexual preferences were and telling him he has sex with men. Derek, just produce these texts and that should clear all this up. Derek also notes his character Dale was written as a gay, homeless, and desperate store clerk who had to sleep with other characters for a place to stay. Well, it's called, good storytellers foreshadow, I suppose. He claims that's exactly what Tyler told him he was looking for in a real-life sexual partner. Wait, you're looking for a homeless guy who will suck your dick for a bed? Tyler Perry, I'm starting to think this guy's weird. Oh, he was looking for someone who would be loyal and dependent upon Tyler. Well, that doesn't indicate some clear issues. Derek says he feared his career would be derailed if he flatly rejected Tyler. So instead, he told him he just wasn't the sexual type. But he was always terrified he'd lose his job if he complained of sexual harassment. Yeah, I mean, that is the way it goes for these actors, is they're terrified that if they say something, they'll lose their gig. But they brought down Weinstein, for God's sake. You don't think they'll bring down Tyler Perry? Like they don't put up with that shit the way they used to. Now, if there comes a point in this story where this guy starts not getting acting gigs or Tyler Perry stops casting him and shit, I'm going to immediately raise my bullshit detector. I almost said my bullfrog detector, which I don't have. To that point, he says Tyler once again invited him to Atlanta later in 2020, and things allegedly took a dark turn. Derek claims Perry greeted him warmly, but quickly started a sexually charged conversation, like asking him if he likes it rough in bed. Oh, God, just with the gay. And then grabbed Derek by the throat while saying, "Look how excited you just got." See, again, this is too specific. And Tyler Perry being a closet creep makes sense. He says he pushed Tyler away, and that was the end of that alleged incident. The lawsuit includes years of text messages allegedly sent by between both men. Most of the ones Tyler allegedly sent are sexually charged so they have them. Okay. For instance, one reads, "No straight man would be going on walks with you or cooking dinner for you unless they wanted to fuck you. I would fuck you." Oh boy. The most aggressive incident allegedly went down in June 2021, again at Tyler's Atlanta home. Dixon was staying in the guest house and wearing only his underwear when he says Tyler came in to give him a goodnight hug. He alleges Tyler yanked down his underwear, groped his butt, and said, "Relax and just let it happen," and assured him it wasn't going to hurt. Oh, fuck. Give him the chair. Dixon says he managed to rebuff this advance by changing the subject. "Hey, I'm going to fuck you in the butt. Say, you catch that Cavs game last night?" Is that all it takes for a guy not to? I guess that's how you stop someone with ADHD from sodomizing you. According to the suit, Dixon finally filed a complaint with Equal Employment and Opportunity Commission in June 2024 and then quit the Oval, saying he could no longer put up with the alleged sexual harassment. Dixon is suing Tyler and he was never fired from the Oval. He quit a year ago. I think this is legit. This doesn't sound like a bitter guy who lost his gig. This sounds like a guy, if he's got the text messages especially, if this sounds like a guy who was sexually harassed And like he was skating around the line of a butt fucking from Tyler Perry. Damn. Dixon is suing Tyler and Tyler Perry Studios for quid pro quo and workplace sexual harassment and sexual assault and battery. He's seeking $260 million in damages. Tyler's attorney, Matthew Boyd, says this is an individual who got close to Tyler Perry for what now appears to be nothing more than setting up a scam. But Tyler will not be shaken down, and we are confident these fabricated claims of harassment will fail. I don't know. Maybe it's all the shit we've heard that comes out of Hollywood, but I buy this. I am not hitting X to doubt on any of this shit. Deranged Lunatic with $2 says, Aaron says that gay shit is really gay. Yes, that is my hot take on the Tyler Perry thing. All of it. Very, very gay. Professor Tie-Dye says, wait, is this what the priest did to you, Aaron? I was never assaulted by a priest. I was never assaulted. Not once, not never. $20 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I think this happened. Hobo says Nick offered Aaron radio school credits. No. Zen Man says they won't go after Perry. He has double protected status. He's black and gay. Well, he denies the gay part. So I don't know how much that protects him. No, McBusted, I am not fully bricked right now. Thank you. Papa Shop says bullfrog detector. Is that what you call your mirror? That hurts my feelings. That's hurtful. Sam Show says this sounds like a gay lovers quarrel. I don't know, but here's the thing. Like it's been made very clear that if you are an underling to someone, if you work for someone and they, if they are your superior and they try to have sex with you, that the power dynamic there makes it not okay. That's how it works. Dusty Rhodes with $1 says he went gay for pay and didn't expect to be reamed by a literal gay. Jesus. You forgot to put baby at the end of it. Yeah, making speech free again. How about that local sports team, huh? Oh, thanks for not fucking me in the ass. I appreciate it. Crowder Wears Panties says, why would you put yourself in so many gay situations with this huge gay black man? Yeah, I think after you got shit-faced and he came into the bed and he started rubbing your thigh, I wouldn't work with that guy again. But I don't know. This guy even got grabbed by the throat and like, oh yeah, you like that bitch, don't you? Hobo Chili says, Aaron, are these the sweet whispers Tyrone has parlayed on you? That's not, I don't know anybody named Tyrone. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know a Tyrone. Bapa Shab says he's not going to win this. Really? I think he's going to get a settlement. I think I could see, why wouldn't Tyler Perry write like a $3 million check to make this go away? How much is Tyler Perry worth? Tyler Perry is worth $1.4 billion. Billionaires don't fight lawsuits. Billionaires don't go to the mattresses on a lawsuit. They write a check and they move on and they go lesson learned and they make everyone sign NDAs. That's what billionaires do. Let's go. Sam Show says, when the only guy willing to hire you is Tyler Perry, you weren't getting anywhere in the industry. Yeah, but what if you dress like a woman real nice? Approachable has a clip. I'm sure a clip of me talking about this Tyler Perry thing. I'm sure there's not going to be anything fucked up in there. Hey guys, $20 away from today's goal. We got 30 minutes left. Let's knock out that last $20. A couple bucks at a time. Appreciate it. Thank you. Dusty Rhodes goes, baby. Appreciate it. Riding Dirty Llama says, you grab me by the throat and say that shit to me. You best learn to sleep with one eye open the rest of your life. You better sleep with one eye open and not the brown eye, my friend. Let's go to a text message here. You can't be successful in Hollywood without being gay. Is that true? That really ruins my impression of Ben Affleck. All right, let's go to this clip that Mr. Approachable has for us. No straight man would be going on walks with you or cooking dinner for you unless they wanted to fuck you. I would fuck you. No, that's not. No. I have to stop reading quotes. That is not working out. Paul R. Nelson says Tyler Perry's House of Pain. Yeah. Medea's House of Pain. That can be we can use this for another movie. Oh, God. Papa Shab says Aaron goes to Hollywood. No, I got to stop reading quotes from other people. You guys do not clip them in good faith, is what I'm learning. I'm doing all this for $100 today. Did you know that? We had a $100 goal today. I'm doing all of this humiliation for $100, and we're still $20 short. So really, who's the bitch? Who's the bitch? Knock that out. Make me feel good. This is, we've watched High Speed Pursuits on this show before. This next clip we have is so special to me because it's a low speed pursuit. It's the slowest police chase, perhaps of all time. So somebody was in runaway heavy equipment. And in that runaway heavy equipment, the police needed to pull them over. Well, if you know anything about construction equipment, it doesn't move very fast. So there we go. He's not stopping. He's like, fuck it, I ain't pulling over for you guys. And he's just going to mosey on down. Look at that chase. This is, by the way, 31 years after the O.J. Simpson high-speed chase in the Bronco, so we really do have a yin and yang situation here. Now, I do want to see if they did end up catching the guy. This was in South Carolina. Come on and raise up. The excavator was going so slow that the cruisers would have to briefly stop several times a minute to not pass the construction equipment. Now, the driver probably would have kept it going longer, but he turned into the Charleston County Fairgrounds property and got stuck. So he dismounted from the vehicle and fled on foot, which actually made it a higher speed chase. The police were confused by the increase in speed, but they did eventually catch him. He's being held on $22,000 bond. I mean, it's kind of fun to hold the record for slowest speed chase. Abel with $2. Thank you very much, buddy. He says, watch Geno since In Hot Water. Don't know their deal with Nick Rekieta. Nick and April tried to manipulate Keanu in my whole situation. And when she figured it out, she flipped on him and then he lost his fucking mind. So that's kind of their whole history with him. Just another example of Nick not being able to control someone. So he fucking, so he lost his mind and shit on him. And, just attack. And then turns all red, scream. I mean, just, it's boring at this point, right? It's just kind of, the usual script. That script. All right, guys, we're less than $20 away from hammering out today's goal and calling it another win for the toe. So go ahead and keep going. We appreciate it. You saw the North Carolina Trump. We're back at the beheaded Trump facades, not facades, effigies. They're doing that again now. We all remember what happened to Kathy Griffin when she wanted to do the blood. What was it? A bloody head of Donald Trump, and it cost her career, which I was against, by the way. I didn't think people should have called the theaters and canceled her gigs. I thought that was bullshit. If enough of her fans didn't want to go to her shows anymore, then that's cool. Let it be organic. But trying to actively cancel her shows is bullshit just because she made fun of someone you didn't like. Well, now a state representative in North Carolina is being called on to resign after sharing a photo of a beheaded Donald Trump at a protest. Now, here's the problem. She didn't, it wasn't her Trump head. You know, it wasn't her like doing it at the protest. She just posted a picture of it. I think Republicans always let me down when they say, oh, that we're against cancel culture. Cancel culture is bullshit until it's their turn to cancel somebody. Julie Van Hafen, a North Carolina state representative from Wake County, more like Woke County, posted a photo from a No Kings rally that explicitly called for the beheading of both Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. This is the photo. So that's the representative, looks Democrat-y to me. And there's the person, not her, with the Stephen Miller and Donald Trump heads at the rally. I don't want people canceled for that shit. That's not a road I want to go down. So Julie Von Hafen, a North Carolina state representative, posted the photo. Of course, when people pointed out that an elected representative shouldn't be posting violent imagery of a guillotine and a decapitated president, Von Hafen did what any Democrat would do. She deleted her account and waited for the storm to blow over. You know, now wait a minute. That's not the shittiest idea. I mean, it's a chicken shit way to deal with it, sure. But it's not the worst idea to just delete your account, be quiet, let it blow over, wait until some other big thing happens, and then skate. Now, when the whole thing didn't blow over right away, she made a new post and just pretended like nothing ever happened in the first place. See, yeah. So she posts different photos of the rally. This is dumb. And she tried to go, hey, we were having fun over here. Great time at the No Kings rally in Raleigh. The No Kings rally in Raleigh. Rally in Raleigh. But, as they say in Superbad, people don't forget. That didn't work. So she issued an acknowledgement and then an apology. See, the apology doesn't mean as much when a few minutes ago you were trying to delete it, get rid of it, post different pictures. Now you're like, okay, I'm out of options. I really fucked up here. She said, yesterday I posted a video on social media containing crowd photos from the No Kings protest in Raleigh. One of the images of a protester holding a sign was inappropriate, and I later edited the video to remove the photo. Let me be clear, I condemn political violence in all forms. My focus remains on bringing people together and fighting for the values that matter to North Carolinians. I was horrified by the violence in Minnesota. Whoa. You don't get to use my state's bullshit for your state's bullshit. You don't get to use our Minnesota fucked upness to explain away your fucked upness. What is she trying to say? Like, hey, at least I didn't shoot politicians? What do we have to do with you making a shitty decision to post a dumb picture? There is no place for that kind of extremism in our democracy, no matter the target, no matter the party. Now, of course, the North Carolina Republicans are calling on her to resign for posting the image. I don't know, man. If I'm a Republican, I want her to stay. I want this lady to stick around. I want them to have to, run again, run for their job. Sam Show says Wake County is called Woke County. All the transplants moved there. The governor is from there. Oh, I didn't know that. I had no idea. All right, guys, we don't have too much time left today. We're $20 away from today's goal. We had a $100 goal. I've gotten everyone so used to no goals that now I have a $100 goal and I can't hit the fucking thing. Oh, no. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Let's go ahead and get this thing taken care of. $20 away. Go ahead and fire away at all of our sources, at all of our options, if you will. Dub says in Baltimore, countless abandoned factories have vacant rooms, floors running water, electricity, and elevator fees. Oh, you want to turn them into mental institutions? Okay, where we can stash our crazies. Crowder Wears Panties says, did you count my gifted membership? Hold on. Let's see. Did I? Gifted membership from Crowder Wears Panties. 1, 2. Oh, nope, but I missed that one. I got to go up and find the damn thing. Holy shit, that was a ways back in the chat, my friend. That's, you know what? I don't believe I did. And there were also a bunch of 1s and 2s that I missed as well. So hold on 1 second. It looks like we are $15 away from today's goal. Thank you, Crowder Wears Panties, for that gifted membership. I appreciate it. All right, 15 away from today. Go ahead and throw in a few bucks, 3 gifted memberships, and we'll have this thing all taken care of. So, wow, what a day we've had today. We've had, oh no. Oh, I just saw people screenshotting the Rumble pauses today, and they're not good. The Rumble pauses are not good. Why did you do it? Milkman on Twitter. Do we show these to everyone? Here. That one's not good. That one's worse. That hurts. That one's. There's nothing I can say. It's not like it's edited. It's not like a Chad Buzemach clip where it's clearly edited. You piece of shit. Oh, man. Well, I tell you what. We've got, do we have any, looks like I got some news here from my OSINT Defender Twitter page, my Twitter account. This is the guy I'm like counting on. This is the guy I'm counting on to tell me when the war starts. He's got the best breaking news on the Israel thing. Within the last hour, this was 2 minutes ago. Within the last hour, 3 aircraft normally reserved for transporting senior officials in the Iranian government departed southern Iran and landed at Muscat International Airport in Oman, with reports suggesting that they were transporting a negotiation delegation, though who they are planning to negotiate with and why the delegation required 3 separate aircraft is not known. I would say, if I'm just to guess, I would say this might be some of the Iranian brass getting the fuck out of Dodge. Thank you very much. $5 from Rebecca. She says, this is for all the sexy Rumble still shots. Thank you. That's what they call me. That's my nickname, is Rumble still shots. Appreciate it. That puts us $10 away from today. Never mind, $5 away from today. Thank you, Zen Man Builds. Never mind, we have knocked out today's goal. Crowder Wears Panties with a gifted membership, and Thermodyne Diesel with 5 gifted memberships. Give him a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you.
And I fucked it up.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
So that puts us $30 ahead for tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for that little impromptu rally there, knocking it out. Another win for the toe. Where's Bad News Barrett when you need him? There he is.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
All right, so now we're $30 into tomorrow morning, and then whatever we do tonight, we'll throw up on the evening show. I am going to give the evening show, I'm just warning you, the evening show always asks me how much for you to tell the morning show to fuck off and just do a 4-hour, like not full evening show, but like later in the day show. I am going to give them the opportunity, but I'm going to make that price tag so high that they won't hit it. So don't worry. We'll be back again tomorrow. I do have to leave a couple of minutes early today. I do have to go pick up the kids. I just want to get the latest on the Israel stuff here for you. 7 drones launched by Iran against Israel were downed earlier by the Israeli Air Force. while approaching the Golan Heights in northern Israel. I tell you what, man, in terms of the amount of Israeli ordnance that's hitting Iran and the Iranian ordnance that's hitting Israel, Israel is smoking Iran right now. That's why I don't want us to get involved. Like, they don't need us. They're winning just fine on their own. The Benjamin Netanyahu said in a statement this morning that since the war began last Friday, Iran has launched more than 400 missiles and hundreds of drones against Israel, with roughly 40 impacts occurring through the country. So far, 24 people have been killed in Israel, more than 800 have been wounded, and over 3,800 people have been evacuated from their homes, all as a result of continued attacks from Iran. Well, I mean, people do launch shit back at you when you attack them, so that is to be expected. So I think that Israel's. I don't think anybody can look at this and say Israel isn't winning. I mean, they got to launch a surprise attack against the Iranians. They took out their general staff and a shitload of other people. And then Iran tries to launch shit back, and the Iron Dome just knocks out a bunch of it. So I really don't want us to get involved. It looks like we're going to get involved. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. Chevy fan with $1 says Kristi Noem hospitalized days after visiting a biolab. Oh, fuck. Did you have to tell me that? Did you have to? I didn't know she visited a biolab in the last few days. God damn it. Now I'm going to be paranoid. Fucking hell. Why do you got to do that to me? Why do you have to do this to me? It's not necessary. Now I'm worried about what got out. They said that it was an allergic reaction. Can't we just have allergic reaction as the reason? All right, guys, I got to get out of here. I got to go pick up the children. Thank you so much for knocking out today's goal. We've got one more goal tomorrow, and it's another perfect week for the toe. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon. Have a great rest of your day.